What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, maybe a little rainy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday. My hair is all crazy because I just did the Fear and podcast. I'm looking salmon. I got the Will Neff Rest in Power Died to Self-Suck shirt on. Got this at Coachella. They had them printed out for Coachella. Show the jewelry. They look cool. It's the same shit I wear all day, every day. You already know. It is it's now officially the month. I was about to say April, but it is officially the month of May. It's Saturday, May 3rd. It's gonna be May 2025, and there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot happening in the universe. I will, of course, be talking about all that. Someone said that there's a new iDubbbz content deputy. That's crazy. I guess we will take a look at that as well. But okay, that's wild. Okay, well, I was gonna do a debate recap, but I don't even know if we have time. There's too much is happening. Too much is happening, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. Too much is happening. Someone said Barron Trump's doing an AMA on Discord. That's insane. But yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of a we're gonna be doing a little bit of a debate, a recap, and Funday as well. But like, come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. You expected this to happen. I mean, I have to do a recap, right? Like, I mean, it's been fucking crazy. We had 120,000 people tuning in here yesterday, 130 almost, and another 100K on the other side. Asman Gold, like this is the thing that a lot of people actually watched. It was the most unemployed Super Bowl of all time, and obviously, I'm going to be talking about that. I'm going to be talking about some aspects of it because, like, I do feel apologetic, because I do feel, in some ways, I feel kind of sad because my goal yesterday, as you guys probably noticed or you probably heard ahead of time because I kept saying it over and over again, was to have a conversation around, the actual situation that matters, which is Israel's mass starvation campaign. And also, how my former podcast co-host is like handled himself throughout this process with like an endless sea of harassment, right? Endless sea of harassment towards people that don't have the same perspective that he does. And I guess the apology that I want to start off with is that, I think I should have redirected it further. I think I should have redirected the conversation back to the issues that matter a little bit further. And I think I should have, I don't know, there were on the spot moments. There were on the spot moments where I stood 10 toes down and certainly redirected the conversation. But there were definitely instances where I just like kind of let him get away with saying things and then moving on, even though he was very clearly lying about those things. And I had evidence. I had the information. I could have just pulled it up. But it was very difficult to pull up some of the information. He didn't want me to like show my side all that much. Ultimately, he did most of the work making himself look a certain way to the onlookers. But I do believe that like this is like, I believe personally, because I have a very high bar here for myself, that I wanted to clear in terms of actually getting to the issues that matter and not letting anything get away with by, saying things like that he is actually against the genocide and that he is actually admitting to it being a genocide, because his behavior did not make sense. His behavior was inconsistent. You know what I mean? And there was also some issues that I wanted to get to, the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism that we didn't actually talk about as well. But I don't know what it looked like on the other side. But on my side, even when I'm looking back at the clips, like my audio was not great. So that's something that I have to also definitely take care of. When we're doing Zoom, it's impossible to fucking change the audio. So I cranked up. Wait, it's probably still blown out, actually. I cranked up my gain so I could like fix my audio on my end, but like Zoom bricked it completely, which was really annoying. Lamau, audio not great, Lamau. None of that happened. You got torched in that debate. Oh, I assume that there's going to be a lot of people like this that come in today, of course, and say stuff like this. Obviously, that's not the case, and we know what you're doing, big dog. But thank you. You'll be seeing a lot of these. As a longtime fan of yours and also a person that is like totally aware of everything that's going on in Israel, I do think that you've lost me as a fan. And it's like, dude, we know what you're doing. It's fine. You can keep presenting it this way, but I hope Dan heeded your message. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think he did. I actually don't know. What is copium? Copium is what these people are doing in the chat when they come in to be like, can you believe Tectone acted like he had an opinion? Yeah, exactly. You will see a lot of people that have no interest in politics whatsoever, once again, who are apolitical in nature, come out against this issue. You should have come prepared with video clips. You can't just wing it again. I did. I had video clips. Yeah. What is this? There's probably a reason why all the people who think Ethan won the debate are either already committed Zionist genocide lovers or anime gaming addicts who spent the 10 years obsessing over being too many black people in video games. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, they also said similar things about Sam Cedar as well. And the Sam Cedar conversation was actually much more amicable because Ethan did not want to blow his load on him in the same way. And Sam could just easily be like, I don't care about these things, in a way that I tried to also do, but he would not give a shit. He would not let me move on to a topic that actually matters, you know? Some in Asma's chat want you to be deported. I'm more American than they are, baby. Yeah. I think a real moderator would have made it a lot better. Dan was not really doing any moderating and had your send clips to Ethan to be on screen. Yeah. Yeah, the structure of it wasn't great. I mean, all things considered, I don't think that it was, I don't think that I did a poor job. Make no mistake. I'm just being, even in the most hypercritical, even being the most hypercritical of myself, regardless of the way that Ethan presented himself, I still wanted to do something here. And the thing I wanted to do was like not cheapen this discussion. And I basically said that last night as well in the aftermath of the debate, where I said like I felt like I prostituted myself, where I did succumb to the whims of Ethan making this about petty drama. But in terms of like getting Ethan to admit certain things that basically destroy a lot of what he had said prior. I mean, I'm diving into it. I didn't even blast off yet. Let me just blast off and then we'll get into it. But like in terms of personal news, I didn't really do much last night. I got myself some ice cream. I treated myself to some ice cream. I even got a cone. And and what do you call it? I watched Freerun. Freerun is interesting. It's starting to finally get interesting. Did you sleep okay? Yeah, I slept like a baby. But Freerun starting to finally get interesting because of the introduction of demons. So I have a lot of thoughts on it, but I have to keep watching to make a better assessment on what's going on, because it's like I don't normally love the pure evil dynamics, and maybe I'm misunderstanding if it's like a pure evil versus good dynamic happening there, but it is interesting, and we will take a look at it. But I can see why people see it as like fascist agitprop, because it almost feels like the poem that Donald Trump always used about immigrants, saying like this is their nature and there is not much you can do about it.
The debate.
Yeah, I saw the Chris Kunzler take on it. I might have Chris Kunzler on as well. You slept like a baby in your race car bed, which is somehow known. Yeah, I don't know why he kept saying I have a race car bed. I think he might be mistaking me with Ludwig for thinking I have a race car bed, because I think Ludwig had a race car bed when he was doing his me and the boys got together to try to figure out what was going on, you know? And I think he thinks it's a joke from The Simpsons. Oh, okay. I mean, there was a lot of moments where he was just like making erroneous claims and then walking them back and admitting to lying and smearing just to fucking move on, I think. But yeah. Anyway. Hold on. Let's blast off. New content. Hold on. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme? Zaza Demon. Yeah. Um, there was also the moment where he was like, "Your head is small," which I thought was like kind of a funny introduction because it was like in between him calling me like a vicious anti-Semite, and it's such a funny thing to be like I don't think. First of all, it's not something. It's a meme in my community. You know what I mean? It's something that I've joked about. It's something that I've joked about with him, right? So it's like if I'm having a heated debate with like a fucking neo-Nazi, with someone who is truly an anti-Semite, I'm not going to in between shift gears to make like I'm not going to shift gears to make jokes where it's like myself and that person have shared as a shared experience. Like I feel like that's kind of an odd thing. That's like a very weird thing to do. Bye. His chat was reacting how you expected they be. Yeah. Anyway, let's we blasted off. Like some of this stuff just simply doesn't make sense. If he thinks I'm like this vicious anti-Semite, worse than Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, which is what he said, then the way he is talking to me doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? If this is the case, then he has to have more evidence than I suspect you bought this incredibly popular anime sword that that you did 2 years ago when we had a fucking podcast together as a way to be anti-Semitic, but also as of 2 days ago, I didn't consider you to be anti-Semitic after the Sam Cedar debate, but as of this very moment, after the conversation that we had, I have now decided you are anti-Semitic. Like that's a ridiculous assessment. Like none of that makes sense. The way he was presenting himself basically did not make sense with the arguments that he was presenting. What's sad is the amount of drama slop tubers who clearly don't cover the genocide make YouTube vids about this debate, not highlighting the fact of how gross Ethan's comments were. Yeah, that's what's most likely going to happen, and it's ironic because like this is something that I was arguing against and something that I don't want, right? In terms of like all the slop tubers that cover this kind of stuff exclusively from the fuck Hasan tip. Overzealous has a really good video on this that we watched on the broadcast. It's not as odd as you think because that was what was a direct attempt to try and find an explodable self-conscious target that would upset and tilt you, but he could describe as only a joke. That's why he devolved into calling you a liar as well. Yeah. It's I don't know. I go back and forth on thinking whether or not Ethan genuinely and legitimately thinks I'm anti-Semitic because of the way he's presented himself. I think he's just. I still land on him assuming. I mean, him hating me and then just like wanting there to be a good reason for him to hate me beyond the fact that his fan base turned on him and it hurt his feelings because they did not see him as like an intellectual beacon who had the morally correct position on Israel Palestine, and they didn't treat him with a bit of grace and baby him through the process because the situation was direct and the conflict in and of itself, the genocide is so severe that it's like impossible for people to not have an unnuanced and very straightforward opinion on it. And it's understandable because this is the one thing that is understandable to have a black and white perspective on, right? So that's what it is, right? Like that's I think like everything else is just seasoning on top of that, where he just wants to make this argument presentable and not come across as like selfish and obsessive. And I don't think he laid out a convincing case for that. And my goal yesterday was to first and foremost bring it back to the issues and talk about the damage that he has caused by consistently identifying pro-Palestinian content creators who have been critical of Ethan and his coverage as anti-Semites that are worthy of deplatforming through the silly things that they brought forward, through the silly things that he brought forward. He wanted to reconcile with you, but in a way that makes him look good. Basically, you doing concessions is what I got. I think he likes you, but he's hurt. No, I don't think so. I think he despises me. And he said it. See, he said as much in the conversation. He said it multiple times. What is this? Yeah, this is not even a debate tag. This is an incredibly childish thing that he did, which I think did not present him in a good light at all. So I don't know why anyone would look to this and be like, he was so composed.
What? You don't know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
Yeah. I got a free Rolex hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and then.
Yeah, and you're oh wow, who knew?
What? Like none of these are arguments. None of these are counter arguments. It was just like it was very interesting. Like it was basically just like childlike mockery, and I was fairly composed through it. Like I didn't really eat the bait because I think he was just trying to get something out of me in most of these situations. And if you noticed throughout the conversation, there are moments where I unwind. Okay. But if you notice, the only moments where I unwind is not when he's like calling me an anti-Semite or whatever, or doing petty drama or this kind of shit. It's when he's saying something about Israel that I think is like repulsive or inconsistent with other things that he's said about Israel that make no sense when you consider the past year-long conquest to deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. And that was the only time where I was like, dude, shut up. Like he was trying to provoke me, and I didn't really eat that at all. And I suspect maybe the ad-lib stuff was to get me to like pop back at him. I don't know why he also like made fun of me stuttering once. Like, dude, I don't make fun of you for having Tourette's. That would be ableist, right? Like that is an incredibly ableist thing to do. Even if this is like a totally different way to approach it, right? Like you're the way that you're carrying yourself is manic and crazy, not because of your Tourette's, but instead it's because of the things you're saying. And I think potentially he was trying to get me. He was trying to goad me maybe to like respond in kind, so he could be like, "You're being ableist" or something like that. At no point did he do that to Sammy. Of course not. That would look even more ridiculous. Destiny?
What?
Ethan, I don't think
Hasan.
I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
By your authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hasan. Want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan. Please, calm down. You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're behaving in such a childish manner. Ethan, I don't think... Anyway, he did that a lot. But yeah, Ethan Klein, regarding the zone of interest comparison, so you're saying everyone living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp? Hasan, yes. Yeah, of course. But again, I know you are still not assuming good faith from Ethan after yesterday. You're too good, King. No, I don't. I did not even expect him to be that good faith in general. I just didn't expect how bad faith he would get. But it doesn't matter because like people who watched it, who already had preconceived notions of Israel Palestine, that have found themselves in this unique slotting ideologically where they think like Israel's doing a genocide, but also everyone that's resisting against said genocide are also bad. This is an interesting position that American liberals have because of the endless amount of Islamophobic sentiment, the endless amount of Western chauvinism that has been baked into their collective consciousness. Every single militancy, every single organization, every single standing military that has ever resisted against Western forces is always in the wrong until time has passed and they've maybe won some concessions or liberated their country, at which point it's appropriate. But while it's happening, while we're in the process, it's the age-old adage: liberals liberals are for every civil rights movement except the current one. Liberals are for every single anti-war movement except the current one. And that's basically what it is. And there's a lot of weaponization of this kind of attitude from Ethan, whether inadvertently or deliberately. Yeah, people go, IDF and Hamas are in the wrong. It's not a hard concept, but it actually is an incredibly unnuanced position to take, because no, they're not both in the wrong. It's not a hard concept. One is a significantly worse group than the other. The IDF being the significantly worse group. Okay? That's it. And the reality of the matter is, many people don't want to recognize that, even though it is objectively true. The IDF is far worse a group than Hamas ever could be. Whether it is the logistical prowess that they have, or even the fact that with all of the overwhelming power that they have done so much destruction to the Palestinian population, a civilian population. This is why I kept saying over and over again, this is why I kept repeating over and over again that, like, this is... Like, Hamas would not exist if the IDF did not exist. Hamas would not exist if the Israeli state wasn't maintaining an apartheid state that is incredibly violent. Dude, him saying that if Anne Frank fought back or killed a Nazi would have changed his opinion of her for the worse, that was absolutely insane. I know. But even when libs decide that much later, a liberation movement was a good thing, they also whitewash it. Yeah, that too. I just got here, so sorry if you went over. Can you explain your views on permissibility of using unrelated citizens as prisoners? Did you mean it's a good war tactic? No, I'm not saying it's a good war tactic at all. I'm saying that there's no other way to take over a ship without, taking over the people that are operating on the ship. The treatment of the hostages is what matters in this situation. And yeah, it probably would have been better if they had released the ship crew beforehand, but I think the reason why they are actually taking over ships and disrupting commercial shipping and also combating against fighting against even the American Navy that's trying to disrupt that operation thousands of miles away from the American border, by the way. The reason why I think that is it's not the best thing to do, but it's also the only thing that they have in their arsenal. So yes, I think that ultimately, and many people will agree with this, unless they are totally operating on the boundaries of like, well, these guys are bad and wrong because they're scary and America told me so. If you look at it from the framework of like genocide and who is resisting against genocide and what they are doing within the limited powers that they have, that they absolutely would have to come to terms with the fact that what the Houthis are doing in this framework, resisting against genocide, is correct. It is morally correct, even if some of the methods actually fall short of a standard that you fall short of your own personal standards and mine as well. I hope that 14-month subscriber understands my position on this, because there is no comparison between the Israeli occupying force and Hamas, especially because Hamas is a militant resistance group against the apartheid that is maintained by the Israeli occupying force. That is the major problem. The bigotry of low expectations argument Ethan was trying to use was unbelievable. Yeah. And the reality of the matter is, no matter what happens, you will always have an upper hand when you just posture towards pre-existing social conditioning. When you say, no, these are bad guys, these are terrorists, anyone who tries to explain what they are doing will still be considered bad and wrong. You're defending terrorism. That's it. And for more people, for a lot of people who don't want to examine the situation critically, because at the end of the day, they still have some unexamined biases living in the Western world, they are always going to look at this and go, well, it is at the end of the day like scary brown guys doing stuff, and I don't kind of like that. And that leads people to this weird expectation. It leads people to this weird expectation that Israel is simultaneously committing a genocide, and maybe even you recognize that there has been an apartheid for 76 years, but you shouldn't do anything against it. You can't do anything against it, and the people that are doing something against it are actually in the wrong. They're always in the wrong, whether it's because their own personal domestic affairs are in the wrong, like they're anti-gay, or there's the pink washing that obviously Zionists engage in, the pink washing of Israel, while also simultaneously saying like, well, these guys are homophobic and bad. And it's like, yeah, these countries have not been able to have civil liberation movements because they've been under fire and under blockade or under control over other colonial powers or other regional actors that are far more powerful than they are, because they're being backed by the most powerful nation on the planet, the United States of America. Yeah. But we'll do that. This was Asman's main criticism of you. He can't conceive of the idea of kidnapping unrelated people to try to stop a genocide, mainly because he doesn't see Palestinians as human beings. Yeah, of course, like the guy who initially was banned for like 7 days because he said Palestinians are a inferior culture that deserves to be genocided, are going to wait. Hold on. I'm DMing Chris back on TikTok. Yeah, the guy who got banned for 14 days is going to, of course, be resistant inherently to my position. The debate was emotionally exhausting to watch because Ethan reminded me all the times I had to defend myself against a narcissist. I know a lot of people also infer like their own personal hangups or shortcomings or interpersonal experiences that they've had off of this kind of thing. And I think that's ultimately very parasocial on both ends, What about how many times he pulled up a clip that proved your argument or disproved his? See, that's the other side of this. Like, what is shocking about this? What is shocking about many of the instances? I will say this. Here, if you guys want to know, like, two of the areas that I think were, I'll give you what the areas that I think were just like super dominant throughout the entire conversation, and I'll tell you what my biggest L's were. Okay. In terms of the areas where my biggest, I guess, quote unquote W's were, there are, I believe, around 7, if not more, instances where Ethan basically agreed to my position and even went as far as to apologize for things that he has done in the past. So that's fairly significant. Most of it was from the context nuke, and I think that that's not something to just like lightly cast aside, especially considering that this is supposed to be his pivotal work that he put a lot of effort and research into. There's also obviously many concessions he gave, which I think don't make sense when you factor in the way he has behaved in the past 15 months of this ongoing genocide. But there was also a bunch of instances where he basically admitted, yes, yeah, like I was wrong and I smeared you, which I thought was interesting. I didn't know really how to deal with that, but I don't think anybody actually cares on Team Ethan. It didn't come across like Ethan genuinely gave those concessions to you and instead only said it to move on since he kept saying he was bored of you. Yeah, but like there are so many moments where he just like instantly contradicted himself, where he was like, well, I don't Destiny directly. Okay, you talked to his podcast co-host who is engaged in a blackmail operation against people who have like come out against Destiny in his like sex pest case, right? Like, what do you mean? He uses that same community. He's his best friend. That is not like you've worked alongside him on numerous occasions, like, or even with the ADL example, like, or even the CPS call. I was like, dude, you know my position on this. I don't believe the CPS call in and of itself is appropriate. I don't think anyone should be calling CPS on you or anybody for that matter just because they don't like a content creator. But like, can you please explain to me what my role in this is? And he kept, and then he couldn't really tie it back to me in any capacity aside from, well, you a week ago pulled up a snark subreddit. So I said, okay, can you tell me who called CPS on you? And he had nothing. He had to basically admit, and this is a pivotal part of his like victimhood structure, was the fact that my fans had called CPS on him. That's what he had said, right? Like over and over again. And he somehow tried to tie it back to me. And what's interesting about that is he had to basically admit that he had no evidence whatsoever that it was actually coming from my community at all, or even the snark subreddits. So, and that was, oh, by the way, this chatter saying, honestly, your only L was calling Gila, getting him to admit Gila is a terrorist or something. No, the reason why I brought that up was to expose the double standard, to showcase Ethan's Islamophobia, Ethan's racism in this process, because it plays a big role. I don't have the attitude, and I tried to explain to him over and over again, like, what Gila had done was a night raid. And the only reason why I know what that looks like, what a night raid looks like, and what the actual express purpose of the Israeli occupying force is in conducting those night raids is because of Breaking the Silence. Breaking the Silence is an Israeli philanthropic organization, an Israeli organization that works against the occupation. And it's comprised entirely of former Israeli occupying force veterans. So, of course, I have interviewed people who have been a part of the Israeli occupying force, as well as interviewed people that have been conscientious objectors. So I don't actually hold people's social conditioning when they're young against them. I think that would be silly. It is entirely the opposite of my worldview. It goes against my worldview. I believe everyone can change their attitude. Everyone can change their mentality. My frustration was twofold. One, that he, on the one hand, washed that aside by saying she was 19, it's forced mandatory conscription, but then also simultaneously would turn around and smear a dude and call him a fucking terrorist, which a lot of people still keep claiming over and over again. If you want to get it right, you can get it right. I don't have an issue with, even if he was a Houthi, I would not have an issue with interviewing him, for the record, as I've said over and over again. But yeah, I know you were trying to say can you call Rashad a terrorist, for instance, but not Hila, to get him to understand the double standard. But it seems like you were just trying to call Hila a terrorist, I think. No, because I did say exactly those words, but I guess it gets lost in the conversation when the impact point is getting Ethan to say that his wife could be considered a terrorist just to move on. What is this? Getting love on TikTok?
Hasan.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that, but it doesn't matter. I think he has been using Judaism as a shield to deflect any criticism of his beliefs, and him calling you anti-Semitic is going to mean nothing when it's used against actual legitimate anti-Semites. Yeah. So, yeah, and he asked me how I feel about that as well, and I tried to explain to him, like, I don't hold people's past actions against them as long as they have learned and have grown from their previous positions, because I understand, as someone who lives in the Western world, as someone who lives in America, I understand how powerful social conditioning is. I understand how someone who's 18 years old will join the Israeli Defense Force from their perspective, right? I get that. I totally understand that. I understand how someone can find themselves in that position, but through the cruelty of their actions, Like, they should recognize that this is wrong, or at least 10, 20 years down the line, they don't still maintain the position that what they did was good and that still continuously defend the Israeli occupying force. That's my issue. And for people who say, why don't you just like off the rip call her a terrorist or anything like that, I need you to understand something. Like, first of all, I'm talking to an audience of primarily Westerners who don't even care about the issue at hand, who simultaneously consider this to be a genocide because it is, but also only care about the drama aspect of it, revolving around a content creator and his own personal feelings. So clearly, in order to try to pierce that veil, in order to try to penetrate into their collective consciousness, like there is a way to go about it. Okay? Yeah, all of this just don't kidnap innocent people talk. Did Hila Klein not admit to partaking in an illegal raid that led to the kidnapping of innocent people, or did I dream that? Yeah, that's like, he was like, well, we don't know what they did. We don't know what the person did. And it's like, well, the point is, they're not supposed to be there at all. So even if that person had like, it doesn't make sense within the logical confines that Ethan has cultivated, where he believes that, according to international law, that settlers are valid military targets, but also simultaneously, it is totally justifiable to do a raid on a Palestinian home because who knows, maybe they actually, exercised a valid military target? Is that, exercise violence against a valid military target? Like, that doesn't make sense. That is an inconsistency that he never has to address. And that is what I was trying to get him to address. Do you understand? Because if you believe that settlers are valid military targets, you also have to believe that the illegal occupation of the West Bank is completely, unconditionally unjustifiable, and therefore any kind of military action that you take against someone who is exercising their international human rights law of militant resistance against a valid military target, as he has said, then, that's illegal. It's the actions not of the Palestinian in that situation are illegal. The actions of the Israeli occupying force are illegal. Do you think they'll ever stop with this ongoing bullshit? No, because I think this is like about view counts for him in general. People even leftists seem to be struggling with the conversation around sexual assault in relation to the conflict. So those are the two L's that I'm gonna talk about. One, the conversation revolving mass sexual assault, systematic sexual assault directed by Hamas. I will be talking about that extensively. And then the other conversation that I think got lost in the weeds was, I feel like we talked past one another on the Avi Shlaim point, on the point about the Nakba being compared to expulsion and also voluntary migration of Jewish people from surrounding Arab nations. And I think on that one, we definitely talk past one another. And I want to like go back and relitigate it, or I want to go back and understand Ethan's position, because I think one of the main points of contention here always is the fact that Ethan will present something. Ethan will present my position in the worst possible framework to make it seem as though I don't believe certain things that he's bringing forward. And the reality of the matter is, there's never been a moment where I have denied that there has not been expulsions of Jewish people or pogroms of Jewish people, especially in the aftermath of 1948, especially in the aftermath of the Nakba. This is something that I have talked about as well, over and over and over again. But the problem, but the problem with the Ethan's framework wasn't that there's two problems with Ethan's framework. One, that he believes that I'm denying that Jews were harmed in this process in surrounding Arab nations. I'm not denying that at all. What I'm simply stating is that the trigger point of this all is the Nakba, which is a planned and executed deliberate ethnic cleansing campaign, which is done by one singular ideology, as opposed to the reaction of that from surrounding Arab nations cannot be compared to one another, especially when you factor in the reality that some of these surrounding Arab nations and MENA nations weren't even autonomous at that point. They were literally under the rulership of Vichy France at a certain point, or they were literally under the rulership of or under the control of England at a certain point. So the notion that these countries had this organic or collective, hive-minded anti-Semitism that manifested and exploded is utterly ridiculous in comparison to a planned and deliberate mass expulsion campaign. And the Palestinians had nothing to do with the surrounding Arab nations in any way, shape, or form, regardless. These are totally separate countries. But the reality of the matter is, he could not see beyond the fact that they were Arabs. He could not see beyond the fact that these are all Arab nations and they were all Arabs that did this. It was the anti-Semitism of Arabs that caused Jews to become Zionist, which I think is ridiculous. He was reacting as if trauma is binary, yes, no, rather than realizing the scale and scope of these things are vastly different, as well as avoid talking about who was responsible for the infliction of those traumas as well. Yeah. And I think a bastardization of Avi Shlaim's perspective to drive home that point, because he got someone to basically clip from his latest book and his commentary key points that make it seem as though Avi Shlaim's ultimate perspective is that Arabs were forced to become Zionist is I think a great misunderstanding of a historian that has spent most of his work talking against that. Okay? His big point is, you know how there's a double Holocaust or a double genocide theory that a lot of neo-Nazis immediately implemented in the aftermath of World War II? This is known by scholars of history as the double genocide theory, that the USSR also did a genocide, and actually their genocides were far larger in scale and number, and therefore they are the worst party in World War II. It's a way to try to whitewash and launder the reputation of Germany, Nazi Germany. A similar perspective took place in Ethan's commentary, which is the double Nakba almost. Yeah, here's Spencer Gabb saying, I read the first two chapters of The Three Worlds after the debate. Avi Shlaim literally describes the fallacy of a double Nakba like this. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. The narrative is not history. It is propaganda of the victors. Read this excerpt highlighted from the same Avi Shlaim Ethan misquoted. Yeah, this is from Three Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew. And this is from the prologue. It is impossible to make sense of this history without the regional context. Post-1950 Arab, Jewish, or Mizrahi history becomes a part of Israel's history and as such is divorced from its wider regional environment. Zionists are only obsessively interested in the first phase of the Arab Jewish history. They are profoundly uninterested in the second. Interested in the first phase is driven not by the search for truth, but by propaganda need to portray the Jews as victims of the endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multidimensional history is thus reduced to the quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the forgotten exodus, the forced exodus, or the double exodus. The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of the two communities. This narrative is not history, it is propaganda of the victors. There has never been a moment where I have discounted that there was anti-Semitism that took place, especially during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements, where a lot of these Arabic countries that had aligned themselves with European colonial at the time in an effort to develop sovereignty and nation states, even though they previously were under the rule of the empire, for example. They did do that, and that was a big part of this pan-Arabic nationalist movement that created these nation states to begin with. Nation states whose boundaries were carefully constructed by Western superpowers. Okay? Guys, if it blips for 1 second, if I drop frames for like 3 seconds, don't, chirp about it being an F. That was just for like a second. Yeah. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. My book is both a personal record of a complex past and an essay with a political argument. It is a critique of Zionism from the perspective that is rarely heard outside of Israel. So, his pivotal work that Ethan was misquoting unironically seeks to address the argument that Ethan falsely presented in his context nuke, which is why I said I will have Avi Shlaim on. I'm working on it right now with some of my friends to get him on the broadcast to address this with his own personal words, okay? There is perhaps no better way. What? After watching the content nuke, I'm suspicious of your intentions, which sucks because I've been watching you steady for 2 weeks. But after your debate with Ethan, I went to his channel, seen that video. Yeah, if you get duped, if you get tricked by that, then I don't know what to tell you, my friend. Okay, yeah. Here's a couple things that he maintained in this. Here's a couple things that people do usually when saying Hasan is a bad guy. One, they'll say he's a socialist, but also rich, as though this is as at odds with the way I view the world or with anything that I've ever said. It's bullshit. The second thing that they'll always do is look at him revealing this scary thing. We got him. And the reality of that is you didn't find this. I said it. I said it myself. This is not a secret. If it was a secret, you would have encountered this in private conversation, in private correspondence. You found a clip where I'm talking to Deprogram, a podcast that is conducted by a bunch of people that I like, a bunch of content creators that I like. And in that conversation, I'm talking about something that I've always talked about, which is the importance of agitative propaganda. This is what I do. From a liberal perspective, I hope people understand that this is akin to the de-radicalization initiatives that I partake in terms of what? Oh, God. Great, man. Good job. Good job, chatter. You're about to get fucking yeeted off the platform. So it's here. I'll give you a liberalized version of this. What do I do in terms of deprogramming or actively trying to de-radicalize right-wingers? Okay, right-wingers. It's the same principle. Agitative propaganda is exactly that. When someone thinks all of their problems revolve around trans people and the existence of trans people, and I try to show them that no, it's actually a byproduct of the system that we exist under, capitalism, that's agitative propaganda. Propaganda does not always mean nefarious. I know in America it means nefarious, but it actually does not. Propaganda in and of itself is just telling a story, okay? This is not something that I shelter. This is not something that I hide. Ethan misuses my brutal honesty in that regard in terms of what I'm doing to basically get people to think, oh, he's like lying to you. No, I think it's more honest. It is the exact same thing that I say when I tell you, like, I have my biases, and I will let you know exactly what they are, because everyone has biases, and I think it's important to think ahead of time so that people know exactly where you're coming from. That's the difference between someone like myself and, let's say, someone like Fox News, or even MSNBC or CNN. Everyone has biases. A big part of what I do is trying to explain to you what the biases of mainstream institutions actually are, so you develop a better understanding of where they're coming from, what they choose to omit, what they choose to focus on in terms of their coverage. This is it. This is my job. Hey, what's good? Anyway. The question that I have for many, if they were to be duped by something like that, where it's like Hasan is nefarious, Hasan is nefariously sheltering his full perspective, why would I voluntarily reveal that in a podcast? What's good? I think the main issue is that you and your points are dense. It's hard to handle by a simple-minded person, bro. They just shut it down immediately, aren't listening. All of this still does not justify the genocide Israelis are committing against Palestinians. No history justifies the genocide. No, I agree. And I think that is important to also recognize over and over again. And that is a major inconsistency within the argument that Ethan was presenting, where he recognizes that there is a genocide, but also simultaneously constantly looking for reasons as to why the Israeli government behaves the way that it has, and historically behaved the way that it has. Problem is lowest common denominator audience response to quick gotchas, and I hate any nuance. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that there was plenty of quick gotchas as well. It's just like that. It's one that I was able to achieve plenty of. The problem is no one really cares about that either, because everyone is invested in the conquest of drama. Everyone is invested in the conquest of like their favorite content creator, or maybe not even their favorite content creator, but like content creator that's going up against their content creator that they despise, me in this case. That's why I saw this phenomenon of neo-Nazis, like active neo-Nazi accounts, openly singing the praises of Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, right? There were so many out and about neo-Nazi accounts on Twitter that were like, this Jew destroyed the Islamo-Turk, shit like that. And the conversation revolved around him saying that like this, the bleach sword was fucking anti-Semitic, or Frogan's thumbnail was anti-Semitic. Like, these are not conversations that neo-Nazis would normally entertain at all. The reason why they were entertaining it was precisely because they like, oh, this is it. This is what I was literally talking about. Literal, actual neo-Nazis handshaking with Ethan Piker coming back from the debate with H3H3. This person's name is Haya Saka Aryan, Kaguya's top gal, a straightforward neo-Nazi, right? Like, does this not ring any alarm bells in Ethan's mind as a person who is Jewish, who has Jewish children, who is seeing the growth of anti-Semitism on the timeline, not realizing that these guys actually are more invested, perhaps for some nefarious purpose, in undermining me and my position here? I wonder what that reason is. I wonder why. I wonder why so many people who will spam W Hitler in chats are on board with what Ethan was saying. I don't think that any of these guys are going to recognize this, though. I think at this point, it's because it's so hyper specific to Ethan's own anger, and for guys like this, I don't think this person likes Ethan. I mean, they're a fucking neo-Nazi, right? Like, they probably despise Ethan. many of the content creators, the drama slop tubers, have actually shit on Ethan quite frequently and generated tens of millions of views off of shitting on Ethan, sometimes anti-Semitically shitting on Ethan as well. And why are they now on board with Ethan? Is it because my argument is fucking awful and I am just completely wrong? Is it because they disagree? Is it because they also are on Ethan's side, where they also believe that Israel is committing a genocide, but also all these people need to shut the fuck up about it? No, it's because this is an opportunity for them to try and actively undermine the position of someone who they see as an ideological opponent, and they do not see Ethan as an ideological opponent in this regard. This would be akin to if I were to go out and align myself with the likes of Myron Gaines or with the likes of Sneeko. Okay? That is what this would look like, because Myron Gaines presents himself as being pro-Palestine, but he's a neo-Nazi. This would be akin to if I align myself with Candace Owens and then said, look, Candace Owens has found out that Ethan is so fucking stupid, or some shit like that. That is what this would look like. If the role reversal here, if Ethan welcoming a lot of these neo-Nazis, a lot of these hateful people that have actually turned their crosshairs on him over and over and over again, if his community doesn't recognize that they're now welcoming these kinds of reactionary sentiments, and that's not ringing any alarm bells for them, it would be akin to me unironically aligning myself with fucking Myron Gaines and Sneeko and Candace Owens, right? Or Dan Bilzerian. These are people with massive audiences, but I don't align myself with them. I actually spend a good deal of time actually shitting on their positions as well. Do you see what I mean? This is something that I don't think the drama girlies will actually understand it. This is something that I don't think the drama girlies will understand. That is a major issue here. Can I say the Twitter accounts of people I'm seeing defending Ether under my tweets are filled with these gross anti-black tweets, constant slurs, praise some of the worst creators on the internet, Nazi dog whistles, makes me comfortable with my own stances. Only Lord can help to this now. What? Only Lord can reply to this now? Ethan's allegiance was some of the worst reactionaries online. Simply because it's so odd. Your sexual assault argument was the worst one to me as a survivor, but I've heard you talk about it, so I know where you're coming from. It did sound like you relied on court cases for sexual assault, which is ass, but watching your previous VODs, I know where you stand. No, I'm gonna get to that in a second as well. Because if you noticed, he did something very nefarious there. He basically, I'll get to that. Hold on. But the short and sweet of it on that one was the shocking display of disingenuousness from Ethan on that part, where he said that I was denying. He said that I was denying the atrocity propaganda that Israel has committed when saying that Hamas-directed systematic rape took place, mass rapes took place on October 7. This is atrocity propaganda that is not new. This has happened throughout all kinds of settler colonial conquest. This is what the American settlers said about the indigenous population, right? This is what the Klan said about black people. This is always like, you have to dehumanize your opponent in order to justify to the rest of the people that like the violence that you are going to subject them to is totally permissible. They're savages. They're barbaric, rapist savages. It is a trope for a particular reason. It is unironically the weaponization of sexual assault. The reason why I also found it particularly gross was because he demonstrated that he didn't even care about what I was saying, or he didn't even care about what anyone was saying in that regard. Simply was just like, oh, you're going to speak over this victim? You're going to speak over this victim? When in fact, the video that he showed of me prior to the victim speaking out was literally me recognizing said victim. There's never been a moment where I've said that there was no rapes that took place, that especially after October 7. I've always maintained the position that there is a likelihood that sexual assaults might have happened on October 7. But the problem here is that Israel has actually destroyed the evidence and made it impossible. And his counter to that was, oh, out of the dignity for the victims, there was no time for forensic examination. And that's ridiculous because you want justice to be served for the victims. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying like it's not rape unless it's like prosecutable in court, Piker, it didn't happen. And that's what a lot of people are saying in terms of my conversation around circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial evidence in this regard is not the same kind of circumstantial evidence you see in criminal litigation in an American court. This is a preliminary investigation that is supposed to open up the door to a full-blown investigation by the United Nations. That investigation has been blocked of Israel. That is what I was maintaining here. And the reason why it's important to note that is because a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they've actually brought forward in the UN report, by Israel's own admission, has now been undermined through forensic examination. I'll give you an example. It's like when you saw these gruesome images. When you saw gruesome images from October 7 and people pointed to them to say like, no, this person is being raped. This person has been raped. And then those people, the ones that weren't actually killed in the process, came out and said that that did not happen to them. This directly undermines and showcases the importance of going beyond circumstantial evidence in terms of like analysis of footage. Okay. Especially when considering that there was plenty of atrocities that took place on October 7. I've never discounted that. It is one of the most horrifying live streamed massacres before what Israel did, of course, which is infinitely more horrifying than October 7, considering what Israel's been doing is a systematic, full-blown execution of all Palestinians and their lives in the Gaza Strip with significantly more sophisticated machinery. But having said that, considering that this was almost entirely live streamed, there was a lot of evidence that instantly undermined secondhand accounts that took place on that day. Okay? But like I said, as far as Ethan utilizing this, like weaponizing sexual assault, it was so insane to me that he went to that length, especially considering that I'm of course going to be amenable to hearing his position on this if there's something that I'm oblivious to in terms of all of the reading that I have done on the mass systematized mass rape conducted by Hamas on October 7. But the worst part of this was he actually showcased the claims made by someone who I also have recognized, who I've never actually undermined the testimony of. Amit Shoshana, I believe, is her name. And the victim that he pointed to was one that I had actually talked about in the video that he showed. Prior to that. And then he claimed that she actually had been sexually assaulted on October 7. It was one of the victims from October 7. This is an important distinction to make. And he basically tried to present this as like, he tried to present this as like me denying rapes, when in fact, I was talking about a totally different subject. When people say believe all women, that is that's the whole point of Me Too, is to not reflexively disbelieve women, because that's precisely what people do. There's never been a moment where I've reflexively disbelieved a victim that came out. My question to Ethan was, who are these victims? What are their names that have come out? Because you might know something that I do not know from all of the things that I have read on this matter. And yet he actually didn't, if you noticed, he actually didn't bring forward any names with the exception of the firsthand account testimony of someone who I had also recognized. And the secondary position that I have maintained always, which Ethan at a certain point also recognized that he went back on, is the fact that even if there is an endless amount of, even if there's an endless amount of evidence and it's like verifiable, there have been mass rapes that took place, Israel's reaction is still unjustifiable. You cannot do a genocide. You cannot do a genocide on an entire population that you are the belligerent occupier of because militancy in that process conducted sexual assaults. That is completely unacceptable. Nothing will make genocide acceptable. That is my position. That has always been my position. If you don't mind, I have a clarifying question about an article Ethan read during the rape combo. Yeah. He highly manipulated that segment because as supporters of yours, I was left confused. Hope you don't get undeserving fallout. No, it's fine. I definitely will get fallout from that. Are you kidding me? That was the entire purpose of that conversation. It was designed to invoke a response that can be manipulated in the aftermath. That is the real reason. That's why they went on a full court press on live stream fails and all these other subreddits that they actually brigade to say, see, this is what happened. But I think I still conducted myself as best as I could in that process. And I made sure that every single part of that conversation, I still kept saying, he admitted to lying. Dude, you were underprepared and naive. That's not true. He admitted to literally lying. Here, this is one of the examples, right? Here.
There's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
And I asked him who these women were. And his only example that he only was Shoshana, which was also a person that I had acknowledged by his own admission, which he openly admitted to lying about. The fact that this escapes people's consciousness is shocking to me because in the aftermath of that segment, he openly recognized that he had lied. And he had actually smeared me as someone who did not recognize that sexual assault had taken place at any point. That is not true. So if you think that in and of itself was like a massive gotcha, you're falling for the attempts here. But I totally understand why it would be confusing in the process. You almost didn't use any clips to prove he's a liar, which is important to prove so people can actually listen to what you have to say, but you can make it up when you respond to a shitty video. Well, there's not anything I can do in terms of clips because, he controls the clips. And the part about this that I find unconscionable is the fact that he also turned around and made it seem as though the testimony that she delivered was one that I was actually diminishing when it was one that I actually had recognized. But then he turned around and used her as an example for October 7, a point that he was trying to make, which was that mass rapes had taken place on October 7 and there were victims that had come out. There have not been, from what I have seen, and again, I will go back to this once again, and I'm planning on doing when he kept saying don't speak over the victim, but he didn't give a fuck you were talking about the right to rape protest was actually discussing. Yeah, exactly. That I plan on going over this, going over that part, especially in the conversation, because I think it's important. If you recall, I think something very nefarious took place in the aftermath of October 7, as you guys know. Obviously, there were plenty of atrocities that Israel could point to, but they needed more, which is precisely the reason why they engaged in atrocity propaganda, right? 40 beheaded babies, babies lit on fire with kerosene, and all of this stuff that took place. Out of all of the heightened atrocity propaganda that Israel had elevated, okay, there was many of them were immediately discounted, right? Many of them were immediately discounted by Israeli media, as a matter of fact. And the reason for why they did that was because these are real victims. These are real victims that were slaughtered, right? So obviously, if you're Israeli media, you have to give them the dignity. You have to give their family members the dignity of understanding what took place. And that's precisely why a lot of that was discounted. The only one that actually was left without any sort of counterposition was Hamas-backed systematized rapes that took place on October 7. And I believe the reason why a lot of people were wary of immediately countering that position is because, of course, like there's a high likelihood of rapes taking place, not systematized, but rapes taking place on conflicts. This is my position as well. This is what I said as well over and over again. Ironically enough, in many of the clips that he was actually clipping out of context, I was debating other chatters saying there is still a likelihood that sexual violence took place on October 7 because that is a commonplace event in all conflict. Okay? Having said that, Israel refused any sort of real investigation to take place, and the investigations that came a year after the fact showed or disproved a lot of the initial narratives that they ran with, and that is the issue. Okay? And the real reason why that happened, was because specifically because they wanted to do atrocity propaganda to justify the genocide. Why did you not bring up Hasan saying Palestinian women don't face systematic sexual violence? Wait, I did. I did bring that up. Anyway, and for the record, like, the reason why I brought up the 40 beheaded babies and flamed babies in their crib stuff is because Ethan and Gila have brought that up far, far, far after it was already officially recognized as propaganda that did not take place.
They went on a mission to kill as many people they can, no matter who it is, slaughter as many people as they could until they were stopped.
Mission was to kill civilians.
Yeah.
You can see their war plans. They went specifically to Kibbutzim to kill the inhabitants there. Those are not military compounds.
They flamed cribs with babies in them on fire. So like,
come on, what are we talking about?
They went on a mission.
Yeah, like lit babies on fire and stuff. Like, that's not real. That's just like, why is that still happening? You know what I mean? Why are people still saying that? This is supposed to be an anti-genocide broadcast. Like, do you see what I mean? This doesn't make sense with the attitude that Ethan demonstrated yesterday, or at least like some of the things that he said yesterday.
More first-hand accounts. There's even a person that survived the Nova disaster. They managed to survive it, and then I think maybe a year later or a few months later, they ended up committed suicide because they couldn't bear to live having seen what they saw on that day.
Is there more than one person that committed suicide?
It might be more. For some reason, I don't know the exact number. I know there's for sure one that I know for sure, but there might be more. And I mean, the kind of stuff that they saw was like rape, gang rape.
Mutilation, torture.
Yeah. So they had to witness that and could not bear.
Yeah. So this is like
they weren't first.
This is Gila Klein claiming that a No Festival survivor saw rape and gang rape killed themselves because they couldn't deal with the trauma. She cites this as a part of her regurgitation of the genocidal atrocity propaganda. saying there's so much evidence for it. She's referring to a suicide letter that was posted online claiming this over 6 months ago, which has been debunked as a hoax by Israeli reporters a day after it came out. Even Hen Mazik and other Zionist propagandists who shared this initial report were forced to retract it 6 months after the fact that this suicide letter was revealed to be a hoax and was retracted by Israeli media. Hila is still using it as a point in her commentary to justify all the things that unfolded. This is what I mean. Here it is. This is Adam Shafir. A story that ran in recent days about a Nova survivor who saw horrors and committed suicide did not leave a single dry eye. After trying to reach the family to tell their story, the search turned into an investigation. We will reveal tonight in the tube that it is a complete fake. It is not clear what brings people to invent like this, but to cheapen the real plight of survivors and to play with the souls of others is simply disgusting. Do you understand? Like, this is a real weaponization of sexual trauma. This is a real weaponization of fabricated stories. There are plenty of people who then also apologized. There are plenty of people who literally apologized and retracted their story with the suicide letter. But 6 months after the fact, she was still saying it. She was still repeating it. Okay? Remember, even just yesterday, a lot of the pro-Israeli outlets, what did they do? Here in the United States of America, what did they do? They claimed that Mohsen Mahdawi was actually a terrorist. Mohsen Mahdawi, the student activist who is a pacifist that was recently released from a detention facility in Vermont after being detained during a naturalization ceremony for the quote-unquote crime of being pro-Palestine and a student activist. What did New York Post and all these other propaganda rags put out about him? They literally clipped nefariously a court case, an accusation in a court case about him going up to random people and saying how much he wanted to kill Jews with an automatic rifle. There was an FBI investigation that was conducted into it, and the investigation actually revealed that this was unsubstantiated. It was ridiculous fucking made up bullshit. And yet they clip the part that the FBI investigation undermines that point, and yet they ran with that regardless. It's just lying. That's all this is. So for the record, with Amit Sosana and her testimony, this is where I disagree with Zay Squirrel, because it falls in the weeds here, because their perspective on this is that she never said it was rape. She said it was sexual assault. I don't care. I don't care to make a distinction between the two. Okay, you can get mad at me if you want, but I do think that it's valid to take her testimony as it is, even if she has changed it throughout this time. Okay, even if it's not a distinction that is important to me in this process, and it's also something that I've actually recognized over and over and over and over again. Now, the other side of this was the Zaka people that was used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary. The Zaka people that were used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary were known to be fabulous. They were outed by Israeli media, once again, to have lied. Okay? Look carefully how Sandberg withdraws back from horror. Yeah, so that's the other side of this. And I believe Ethan used one of the parts of the Sheryl Sandberg documentary. They didn't just lie, they posed bodies. I know, they lied, they posed bodies, they actually disrupted any sort of investigation from taking place. This was a major crisis in Israel at the time, immediately after October 7. I've seen you make arguments against victims being used as props without getting caught up. It wasn't just Ethan that derailed you, but you were vague in your response. I have to assume the attention was being in a larger audience and allow for some drama to keep less regular viewers entertained and learn something for the sake of Palestinians, but you got too caught up in the drama to make points I know you're capable of making. No, I don't think you watched the same debate that I participated in if you think that it was simply because I wanted to fucking move on and do drama. Are you serious? Anyway. The very fact that they keep saying that like I'm discounting the testimonies that exist is crazy because there aren't. There are secondhand accounts that have been discounted at this point or are proven to be not true by Israeli authorities. I can't work with not even a third-hand account, but whatever Ethan is claiming is going on. Do you see what I mean? But I'm still, of course, there is for the record, I'm never going to automatically discount new information. If new information has come out that I was oblivious to, that I was unfamiliar with in terms of the numerous victims coming out through forensic examination in the aftermath, for example, as opposed to what has happened, which is the opposite, because the bodies were moved over to a military facility, and the military facility did conduct some forensic examinations that actually discounted some of the genital mutilation narratives that people were presenting. Because the most extreme version of this is what Rabbi Shmuley was saying, if you recall, where he was like, Palestinians ripped the boobs off of Israeli women and played soccer with them and shit like that. A lot of that gets lost in the conversation because it's so incredible of a claim to make without any evidence whatsoever that the claim in and of itself obviously discounts the veracity of it. Christ, the New York Times is doing this again. Israeli hostage says she was sexually assaulted and tortured. I mean, I don't think that's a fake news. Hasan is a buy. That is like the most credible reporting on a direct sexual assault from. I think you can just point out the lack of evidence for systematized assault and most importantly talk about why you are disputing these claims in the first place, that they are used to support genocide. I feel like we can't definitively say what the scale of sexual violence was or wasn't on 10/7, so we can't seem counterproductive to weed on individual cases disproving one or the other. Don't roll over, but also don't get too in the weeds. No, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Yes, 100%. Because yes, the mass rapes conducted by Hamas, like systematic rapes conducted by Hamas, or even mass rapes that have taken place, was a way to basically justify what Israel was doing to the Western world. Okay, to the Western world, it was not enough from their framework, from their perspective, that like they were doing a genocide because of all of the real violence and the atrocities that took place. Like that wasn't enough. So they had to do the barbaric rapist savages trope that settler colonial people who were engaged in settler colonial violence have engaged in the past as well. Nazis themselves have done similar things like Bloody Sunday. The Klan has done similar things with mass lynchings that took place and race riots, or rather not race riots, but like pogroms that took place against Black Wall Street, the bombing of Tulsa. If you recall, the bombing of Tulsa revolved around the same old tropes about how black men are violent, promiscuous, sexual beings, and then it was elevated. That pre-existing stereotype, that white supremacist stereotype, was utilized in the bombing of Black Wall Street, in the bombing of Tulsa. Okay, Emmett Till's another example. Like, this is precisely why I think it's important to also carefully go through these claims that are being made. And I think Ethan, on the other hand, was incredibly careless in the claims that he was making, especially when he literally found himself in a lie and openly admitted that he was lying about my analysis over the subject matter. But it didn't even matter to him to openly state that he was lying and smearing me, as he did in real time, on this issue because he knew that ultimately there would be clips that would get pumped all over the fucking timeline to continue the narrative, act like it was, act like Ethan had actually presented real information. The only information that the only verifiable claim that he put forth was literally a claim that I also had read through and had kept repeating over and over again. Bloody Sunday was a sequence of violent events that took place in Bromberg, a Polish city with a sizable German minority between the 3rd and 4th of September 1939 during the German invasion of Poland. Standing in the path of the German army's advance during the early days of the invasion, tensions quickly escalated in Bromberg between the city's sizable German-speaking minority and its Polish majority. On the 3rd of September, as the Wehrmacht was preparing to assault the city, members of the German minority working in conjunction with the German intelligence agency attacked the Polish garrison. Polish soldiers and civilians reacted with violent reprisals against ethnic Germans, who in turn reacted with more violence. A Polish investigation concluded in 2004 that approximately 40 to 50 Poles between 100 and 300 Germans were killed. The term Bloody Sunday was applied to the events by Nazi propaganda officials who highlighted and exaggerated German casualties. An instruction issued to the press said, "Must show news on the barbarism of Poles against the Germans in Bromberg. The expression Bloody Sunday must enter a permanent term in the dictionary and circumnavigate the globe. For that reason, this term must be continuously underlined." Approximately 200 to 400 Polish hostages were shot in a mass execution in the aftermath of the fall of the city on the 5th of September. Additionally, 50 Polish prisoners of war from Bromberg were accused by Nazi summary courts of taking part in Bloody Sunday and shot. The reprisals compounded violence stemming from the German attempts to pacify the city and the premeditated murder of notable Poles as a part of Operation Tannenberg. As a part of the latter, the Germans murdered 1,200 to 3,000 Polish civilians in Bromberg in a part of the city that became known as the Valley of Death. That's it. Anyway, I got to pee real quick, but there's the content deputy. We'll take a look at that right now, okay? I think you need to watch Cavernicle's new video off stream. Ethan is seriously pulling us away from what's actually important. No, I think it's still, I'm not addressing the drama of it all. I'm addressing the fucking actual meat and the bones of the conversation and the disinformation that was presented. I got to pee.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hasan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I, Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. It really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap, and so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely, but like, it's crazy that I've just returned to content cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got coach's strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone, little Jew boy, alone.
Like Ethan under a year.
Like this doesn't make sense if your position is that like Israel's committing a genocide. You know what I mean? Like I need a lot of you to reflect on what we are looking at from the perspective of Ethan claiming that he is a defender, a stalwart ally of Palestinians as he presented himself as yesterday, and one that recognizes that Israel is committing a genocide. Because if you are considering what Israel's doing is like an act of self-defense, then you can't also simultaneously say it's genocide. You believe one or the other. And I'm inclined to believe that the side that he's heavily leaned on is the side that is Israel has a right to defend itself. And that's precisely the reason why, I think the he believes that there's a genocide was bullshit, specifically because he wanted to. He doesn't have any real positions in this beyond fuck Hasan. I'm going to try to make sure you look hypocritical, which I don't even think I mean, it didn't really work. And it ended up making him look inconsistent. Yeah, he says it's a genocide to diffuse your points. Exactly, which is so crazy. Just grow up, bruh, sad. Are you telling me this, or the 40-year-old man who's like using the backdrop of endless amounts of violence that he claims to acknowledge as a mechanism to fucking drive home his petty agenda, and claim that like his former podcast co-host is being, and all of his former friends are being incredibly anti-Semitic because they're critical of his behavior in this time, and not the Nazis that have found a comfortable home inside of the newfound H3H3 community.
Ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this. Okay, so the people online, they're saying, "Oh, Ethan's making himself a victim," or "Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism." I've done this once in my life right now. But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag, fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're going to get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
Of course not. Because I know that
you're
whatever...
understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag, fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should you call him up?
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian.
This is the twofold problem here, because like from the onlooker's perspective, when Ethan is like making these claims and like using them against me for some fucking reason, there's a twofold issue. One, I think the claims are ridiculous, and two, I wasn't even there to fucking begin with. So when I talk about the fact that like I don't know what the decision making process was there, okay, I'm not saying that to like hide my fears, like hide my shame that I participated in this. And that's the way he tried to present it, right? That's the way he tried to present it as. And I was like, no, I don't think this is a real claim. I don't think this is valid. And also, I don't know why they made this decision in any, like, I don't know why they made this decision, but I also don't even think that this is like a real fucking grievance that you are advancing. And it also didn't make any sense in the way that he defended this position, because Redditors claim you paid for this video you're watching. Well, oh God, I don't know why. I mean, yeah, they're Redditors, man. That's it.
Who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up.
This is so consistent with the way that he has behaved for the past year, by the way. On the one hand, he says, I don't think it's serious. On the other hand, when he wants to use it as an argument, he's like, this is the most serious, most severe escalation of anti-Semitism against me. You are putting me in harm's way. All this shit. And it's like, so why are you accusing people of this if you don't even believe it yourself? And that was also something that we arrived at in the conversation when he brought this forward as his like signature own in the beginning, where he was like, the content cop was lame, right? You were feeling lame about it, right? And I was like, I don't know. I participated in a sketch, and I don't mind doing that. I mean, you've worn diapers on numerous occasions. Like, you're a comedian, you know? He also said he didn't actually think it was a swastika. Yeah, his position is untenable. Yeah. Look, this is the other point that I'm making, which I think is important to address here. Ethan's allegiance with some of the worst reactionaries online simply because they hate me is so odd because it directly undermines his position of someone combating anti-Semitism. It would be like if I hyped up Bilzerian, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, or Clandis because they hate H3 or Israel. I know that these are people who also are anti-Semitic. I do not want fans of these people in my community unless they are willing to learn, unless they're willing to entertain an alternative vision of society, one where they don't think that Jews are responsible for all the fucking problems that they're foreseeing, okay? I work actively to try and deprogram people from these communities to make them understand that their grievances are ridiculous and their hatred for Jews is pathological. He's a pathological liar, which makes it hard to argue with him because you need a clip for everything you say, or else it will be the lie, just like he did about the 115 IG stories. That's a lie. I know. But I think what's really silly about it is that like his audience does actually fucking watch all of his slop, so they should know better, right? Dude, is there no moment where like someone in a foot soldier goes, wait a minute, I've been following your Instagram. You probably did actually post 110 individual Instagram stories about Hasan. You know, you have been posting quite a bit about Hasan. I mean, it was funny because it was shocking even to him. Like, that was what was hilarious about it, which was that it was literally shocking to him that he had done that. That should be a wake-up call. That should be a moment where he understood the depths of his manic behavior. Like, think about that. Yeah, he could not believe it. I think you're missing the point that he was trying to do. His entire purpose of the debate was to smear your image, regardless of how far he was reaching. He tried to get the public to label you an anti-Semite. He didn't have a counter argument for anything you defended. Yeah, I don't think the public thinks I'm anti-Semitic. I don't think the fucking neo-Nazis that are now celebrating Ethan think I'm anti-Semitic. Because if they did, they would love me, okay? So, obviously, yeah, do with that information what you will, right? You can't just keep saying someone is anti-Semitic without like actual real points of contention. And especially because, look, especially considering how seriously I take anti-Semitism in general and how much I talk about dog whistles, or even, as he made a joke about, microaggressions even, okay, which I did see a TikTok commenting saying I literally see him post stories every day about Hasan. Yeah. That, like, I think he was just like saying it was anti-Semitic because people were just criticizing him. And I tried to drive home that point.
Up a random sword in Hasan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hasan about the sword hilt.
He lifted
the
it up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
Shouldn't we just assume his point is you're doing anti-Semitic things and debunk why your action and points aren't that, instead of point blank just saying we aren't anti-Semitic? Okay. You just mentioned that, right? Which I did. I tried to also autistically like explain to him that this is frivolous because it's, you know, you're reading too much into it and you think that there's a dog whistle there when there isn't one. And what did he do? He said, "Nope, you're anti-Semitic. I'm convinced." Okay, I guess it's over at that point, right? Or whenever I debunked something that he mentioned, he would recognize it and then go, "This is too boring. Let's move on. Don't you want to make content?" Like, no, I don't. I don't want to make content out of this.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable.
Oh, yeah. I'm the Redditor that got the letter from his lawyer. He also lied about the clip being paywalled content. I posted proof on my Twitter. Yeah, I mean, he lied about virtually everything. You missed the point on Hezbollah killing 500K Syrians as a fact-running defense for ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Assad regime. No, I didn't miss that point. I actually mentioned all of that, with the exception of Al-Qaeda, I believe. I said, when you say Hezbollah committed 500,000 deaths and sit in front of a photo of a hollowed out city that was barrel bombed, you're actually running defense for all of the deaths that ISIS and the Russian Air Force and the Assad government actually committed. I did say that. See, so here's the problem though, because it was a 5-hour long conversation, I think that gets lost in the sauce. I think a lot of people just like kind of didn't hear me, or maybe they didn't see it, or maybe I did say that. There was a lot of like semantic differences, I guess, that he tried to point out in order to draw out some kind of inconsistency. But it was ridiculous. Proof of the lie directly from his lawyer. I am licensed attorney for the copyright. Ethan debates anti-Semitic Sneeko fan. The work is exclusively available on my client's YouTube channel. The infringing clip is derived from timestamp of the work. The infringing clip is a separate copy of the work and is not an embed of the original. Rather, the infringing clip appears to reside on Reddit servers. My client has not authorized the creation. So it wasn't even a paywalled content. Is that what it is? Ethan and Dan confirmed that posting this snark will get you banned, the infringing post. The infringing post contains a clip, the infringing clip, from my client's copyrighted video entitled Ethan Debates Anti-Semitic Sneeko Fan. By the way, even if it was paywalled content, I still think it's ridiculous. It's a frivolous lawsuit. It's a frivolous lawsuit directly created as a way to extort and also put pressure on people who do not have the financial opportunity or the financial circumstances to fight back against a much wealthier person who has the time to engage in frivolous lawsuits.
That you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from...
Yeah, except it turns out the CPS stuff, he also admitted in our conversation yesterday, was not tied back to Snark at all by his own admission. It's just basically something that he packaged together without any evidence whatsoever. And like a lot of people just keep going along with this. I don't understand. Even if it was Snark, I don't even understand how that would fucking tie back to me. But let's say like it just doesn't make any sense. Like these are not my subreddits. His subreddit is directly controlled by him and his moderators. And his subreddit has done virtually everything that he says Snark is doing to him. Clip of that. You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I
Redditors?
say that?
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did?
Like this is the title of their show. Snark called Child Protective Services on us. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how can people look at this and go, man, he really presented himself in this, he really presented himself as an honest broker here, and he kept his composure throughout this process. It's like, okay, well, he just fucking lied about everything. You know what I mean? And I actually did retort against his lies over and over again. I was like, yes, you did. You implied it. He literally said on the podcast the day they first talked about it, the CPS agent said it was someone who knows him in real life. I don't even know the details because I don't keep up with whatever the fuck's going on in Ethan's life. That would be ridiculous if I did that. That would be insane if I did that. There's so much news happening. Like one thing that I will say, by the way, where obviously his gaslighting absolutely works on me because I'm still in that process going to go, maybe I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. One of the greatest examples of said gaslighting happened in real time, in a sequence of fucking like 10 seconds, basically, where he said that I did October 7, right? Like, I know he misspoke. I understand that he misspoke. I'm maybe still giving the benefit of the doubt to Ethan, but like, yeah, he misspoke. I heard that and I said, what do you mean? I did October 7? What are you saying? And he quickly said, oh, are you hearing stuff? Are you hearing stuff? And he fucking gaslit me in real time.
The issue, my friend.
Like, that's so fucking crazy. Like, how is that not an immediate reaction? How is that not, like, that being the immediate reaction, how is that not ringing any alarm bells in any of the girly pop nation's minds that like maybe he's the one who's the narcissistic manipulator?
My friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide. No, this isn't the clip that I'm looking at. You even said you don't even know where he lives, too. So how could you even be the one to do it? Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it thinks it's me. Oh, this is the one. Yeah. On this, why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're fucking dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you dead? They're
No,
fucking
that's not
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this regard.
They killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? Why are you
saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating.
You shouldn't retweet it though, because since you agreed he misspoke, brother. If you don't understand that the main point of contention here is that he immediately went to gaslight me and caused me to believe him instantly. Okay, he immediately went to gaslight me, and I believed him. That's the point here, that like his first response instantly is to not go, wait, I might have misspoke, but instead to go, no, I didn't. You're fucking stupid. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Are you crashing out? Like, come on, dude. Like, that shows me being charitable to him even in that fucking moment where he's like smearing me with the worst smears possible. Come on, chatter.
The day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me, and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, there's a lot of, you know how, like, there's the double Nakba situation that Ethan engaged in defense of the inception of the state of Israel, saying that Arab anti-Semitism caused Jews to become Zionist. A horrifying thing to say, especially when you're talking about the planned expulsion of Palestinians in comparison to other countries that are not related, right? Other Arab nations that you can only attribute to the same kind of fucking sentiment if you are an anti-Arab racist. There's a lot of there's a lot of this going on here as well. There's like, oh, you did the CPS call actually. Like, it turns into we don't know who called CPS to actually Hasan and iDubbbz called CPS in the minds of his audience. They literally go around being like, well, your audience called CPS. That's why he's actually frazzled. And it's fucking crazy to just like attribute this kind of shit. Like, if Ethan, God forbid, got into a fucking car accident tomorrow and came out and said, I got into a car crash because I hit I got into a car crash with a fucking snarker without any evidence whatsoever, and then attributed that to me, everyone would say I did the car crash. What are we doing? Like, things are happening completely beyond my control that I don't even know about, that I'm fucking oblivious to, that I'm not interested in covering even in any way, shape, or form. And he basically just will use any and everything that has happened in his life that I also think are unconscionable and totally inconsiderate from the parties that actually engaged in, that tried to cause harm to him directly, is somehow my fault. When I'm the one, oddly enough, Asmongold seems to believe the CPS call came from him. Yeah, of course they believe that.
Your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also going to get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about?
Struggling to recall the context of him shit talking our intentions as friends
here, because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like. If I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of when CPS was called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
Yeah, look, extreme timeline confusion. We expressed sympathy for Ethan and Hila on our podcast 4 days after he attacked us.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot.
Like, that's also a huge issue is Ethan can't remember 90% of the shit he says himself. I know, but like, why is his audience treating him like he can? Why is his audience treating this as though it's deliberate or as though like this is actually what took place? This is my question. This doesn't make any sense. He goes back and forth on all of his positions. It is incredibly inconsistent. Even if we're going to attribute it to his memory loss or something, I find that very strange that other people are taking them seriously and other people are going around and constantly fucking complaining about it. Like, H3 claimed the 110 Insta posts in January is fake. No, I already showed the data dump. Okay, I already showed it on my channel, and then immediately they were like, "Well, the person who shared this is like, who is this person? Let's go dox him." Like they have one speed. They literally always are just like, "Let's dox the person. Let's dox the person. Anyone and everyone." We've just basically forgotten the fact that it was so ridiculous that Ethan himself couldn't believe it. His own depravity. Understand that Ethan himself could not in that moment believe his own mania, so much so that he turned around and said, "What, since 2023? 110 Instagram stories since 2023? Nope. Since 2025."
Have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On that, I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that. Kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primary responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense because when you...
Is airing CPS call normal at all? No, that's the other side of this. I'm not going to criticize content creators for talking about the deep and personal harm that they withstand as a byproduct of being online content creators. I'm not going to criticize them, to each their own, but under normal circumstances, myself included, by the way, this is something that every content creator deliberately keeps to themselves because it creates copycats. Okay. And by that, I don't mean CPS calls. I mean swatting, doxing, stalkers showing up to your house. Things of that nature happen in the background and are often not discussed. There's a reason why even LSF, which is a horrible, awful fucking community online, brigaded to oblivion by literally and completely controlled by a guy who is in Destiny's own community. Even that fucking instrument of mass harassment still doesn't post about swattings. And the reason for why they don't do that is because when you post about swattings or you talk about swattings, that creates an even more dangerous environment for all content creators, because it creates copycats, and there's basically nothing you can do about it in that circumstance. I mean, there are some things you can do about it, but so I'm not, if they want to talk about their own, the people that are attacking them, that it's on them. That's if they choose that this is appropriate to talk about, then that's on them. But I'm telling you why most people, myself included, don't talk about this shit.
Look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was...
Dude, how come you didn't prepare evidence against Ethan's lies? Is such a funny fucking thing to get mad at me over. Because I did, and I did retort. And he just said, no, you're lying. What am I to do in that situation? He's not pulling clips. What am I supposed to do? He's controlling the clips. It's like yelling at me because of the structure that was designed so that he could do a fucking faucet of gish galloping, Mott Bailey, and fucking endless sequence of lies. There are so many instances where he even openly admitted that he lied. But I guess you didn't pay attention to that at all. I guess you did not pay attention to that part of the conversation where he would be like, yeah, I'm wrong. My bad. Let's move on. I'm bored. This is unwatchable. What am I? Okay. You're mad at me because he just kept lying or openly admitting that he was wrong in an effort to move on. What should I have done? Like, he openly admitted to smearing me. He openly admitted to engaging in bad faith in the conversation. After that concession, what am I supposed to do?
Was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying to...
Because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who...
What is this show, man? What is like what the fuck? What's the purpose of content for this? Like, I don't I'm having a hard time trying to comprehend what is happening on this show. Like, every time I see a new clip, I'm like, what? I mean, I guess I talk about silly shit as well. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what Ian's point is going to be here, but I will say, regardless, like, no, I don't think that, like, I don't think that there is any validity to CPS calls to Ethan by virtue of how many professional people he has hired and how much wealth he has in terms of taking care of his children. There is no world in which, if there was a CPS call and they even found enough evidence to actually take his children away, that his children would actually have a better life under the guidance of the state rather than amongst his family. Like that, I just like, it's ridiculous. Okay, it is completely fucking ridiculous. I don't want you guys to even entertain this notion. It's crazy. Foster care is a hellish nightmare. Okay, and the standard for a child being taken from their parents needs to be incredibly high, like predation, incest, something like that. Okay. It's fucking crazy.
Who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now, what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denim's and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top
This
right?
isn't the first time he's done this, by the way. When we literally were friends and had a podcast together, he was so invested in finding real anti-Semitism in my community at the time that he actually believed a doctored image that he straight ripped from Destiny's community. Destiny photoshopped fucking chats from my community talking about, just saying a bunch of like actually anti-Semitic shit, not even slicing, completely fucking photoshopped images. And he brought that forward to me directly the last time we had a conversation, not yesterday. Think about how insane that is. And then instead of going, hey, maybe I should second guess how quick I am on the draw, he basically said, oh, I'm sorry that I got duped by this, but also it doesn't matter because your chat is saying stuff about me being a Zionist or my wife participating in IDF raids or whatever the fuck. The irony, of course, is that very same community that has been actively, unironically, grooming a 40-year-old man used to call him the R word all the fucking time. I don't even think they still like him, really. They just like that he's a weapon that they can wield. They do. There's fucking a shit ton of logs. There's a shit ton of YouTube videos of back when we had a fucking podcast together before October 7th, where they're just like, Ethan is the dumbest fucking person on the planet, like shitting on him actively. So that's another thing that I will never understand about how excited he is to be a useful idiot for these guys. Like even Nicholas Eat Oreo. That dude called Gila a fucking horse for years. Okay? He called Gila a horse face for years. Keemstar. These are like super fucking right-wing communities, okay? I don't understand how you just go, all right, well, now you're attacking the person that I want to undermine and you're giving me support, so it's okay. Yeah, bro pulled a Ted Cruz is right. He's just fucking on the phone, smiling and dialing to get people to campaign for Donald Trump, to get people to go out and vote for Donald Trump. If the Donald Trump said your wife is ugly, and also your dad did the JFK assassination, or your dad is a Zodiac killer. Yeah, Keemstar can defend Ethan all he wants. I'll always remember when this man was harassing Hila Klein, calling her a horse, and now Ethan wants to accept his support. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous. That's the other side of it. Like, I'm infinitely more understanding of even people's past service, right? I live in America. It would be antithetical to everything I believe in terms of people's capacity to change. Something that I believe is people's capacity to change no matter what they've done. Yeah, here is the Diddy G chat. Ethan Klein is such an R word. Destiny, is there anyone with a platform the size of Ethan that is consistently as big as an R word as he? Ethan is a R word and his entire team too, lol. Ethan is such a fucking R word. Ethan is a R word, Omega lol. No Ethan Klein next to him. Hasan instantly looks like an R word again, Omega lol. Ethan R word decline, lol W. Don't you do the same for Bad Empanada? I don't get the double standard. Okay, here's a great example of this. Bad Empanada and I align on a lot of issues in terms of the way we see the world, okay? We do not agree on tactics, we do not agree on methods, but overall, Bad Empanada is not my ideological enemy. I do not care. These guys are Ethan's ideological enemy if he ostensibly cares about anti-Semitism. That's my point. If he cares only about people engaging in bad faith smears against him, then these people have done a shit ton more than I ever have. My issue with Ethan was a disagreement with how he carries himself in a conversation revolving around a genocide that he also seemingly admits is happening. Do you not understand that? And if he also cares about anti-Semitism, as he clearly does not, but he claims that he cares about anti-Semitism, then he would be fucking shocked that all of these people that his community is hyping up as defenders of him that have been anti-Semitic over and over and over again. Bad Empanada is a maniac. Bad Empanada is not an anti-Semite. Bad Empanada is a maniac that actually does incredible work when it comes to well-sourced YouTube essays. Okay? This has been my consistent position on Bad Empanada over and over and over and over again. What I don't get is how you'll say Empanada is nuts and then weaponize mania towards Ethan. No, as a matter of fact, I don't do that. You want to know why I don't do that? When Ethan goes, well, Bad Empanada called AB a house slave. What do you say to that? I'm like, I don't agree with that. I don't endorse that at all. Do you not understand? If I actually agreed with it, or if I actually agreed with his methods, I'd be like, well, yeah, his constant hammering on of the CPS call is actually perfectly valid or whatever. You know what I mean? I wish that he wouldn't do any of that shit. I wish that he would focus less on drama in general. I wish, because whenever he tries to like cover that subject matter, he gets completely out of control. Do you see what I mean? They were hyping up Bo Blacks until he turned to white supremacy again. Yeah, Hasan endorses his research on the Jewish diaspora leaving the MENA region, not calling Hila the raider of Ramallah or playing the fucking game where he like, I even understand what argument he's trying to make, right? When he plays the fucking Al-Aqsa Martyrs video game, right? On Steam. When he's doing that, he's trying to showcase the double standard of people being fucking called a terrorist and smeared viciously, as opposed to people who have actually taken up arms and engaged in acts of terrorism. Everybody has played Call of Duty. There is no fucking issue with killing as many Muslims as possible. But when the roles are reversed, everybody fucking loses their shit. Would I do that? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay? Never in a million years would I do that. I think it's a fucking insane thing to do. Okay? It's an insane thing to do. The point I always make on this, by the way, is simple. If I were to come out with an insane statement and say, like, we must nuke Tel Aviv, then I would get fucking banned off every platform and probably actually get sent to prison. But if I say, let's nuke Tehran or let's nuke the Gaza Strip, I would get elevated into the State Department to a higher position of power. Okay? This is the heart of that double standard. This is why I always say, while anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both unacceptable forms of bigotry, anti-Semitism has institutional power. You can't engage in anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism, not like, or even you can't even engage in what people perceive as anti-Semitism, unless it's something as ridiculous as what Ethan is claiming, obviously, like the fucking, the bleach sword, okay? But like even criticisms of Israel are packaged under anti-Semitism deliberately by the State Department to get fucking people black-bagged, okay? But when you say Islamophobic shit, when you engage in Islamophobia, when you engage in anti-Arab bigotry, it's perfectly fine. Nobody ever fucking bats an eye at that. Okay? Destiny, Ethan is an R-word who thinks being friends with people is being their attack dog. Even Hasan thinks Ethan is an R-word. Fucking think about that for 10 seconds. Omega lol.
Right. I thought these were
no,
selected.
It's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. That's just enlarged.
Oh,
there,
really?
Over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah,
it's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses.
Reading the chat, co-signing
it's very,
it.
very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her
doesn't
chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the
people are saying, what the fuck? What? That's crazy.
house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you are that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's
Yeah.
part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience is to be open.
According to the Content Deputy video, people in the comments are not even giving this video the benefit of the doubt. Just hate commenting and leaving. How do you reach people like that? I don't know. It is what it is. You can't win them all, chat. Do you see what I mean? You can't win them all. You just have to chip away.
As possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
I don't think Ethan particularly cares about any of this unless it has to do with him. I say this because he kept asking a question and then telling you to stop talking so long after you would talk for like 5 seconds. Crazy stuff. I know.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Yeah, really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will somehow
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
Yeah, what if we we'll both do 25 at once?
25 each? Or
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
Really nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of.
I didn't miss him showing the Hilo tattoo. I just don't care. Like, I think this is iDubbbz returning to form in some fashion, where he's like, if you want to go band for band, like, I'll be vicious. But ultimately, this isn't even a criticism of iDubbbz. I personally don't give a shit about whatever fucking tattoo Ethan gets or engage in any sort of psychoanalysis over what that spells for his marriage, which is, of course, something that I saw his own fan base make jokes about. Like, not iDubbbz's. I'm saying Ethan's own fan base was making jokes about that. You have not mentioned Ethan's kids, wants the crew, or his family in any shape or form to this day. You're still charitable and focused on the politics. Ethan, on the other hand, has brought up your mom, dad, friends, your dog, even your quote-unquote housekeeper, sex life. I know, everything. Literally everything. Like, Ethan has also personally brought forward his family members, including his dad and his mom. Like, he's made them a primary fixture of his content. They've done a lot of weird shit. I never touched on that. I don't care to touch on it. You know what I mean? I think that's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. But because he's doing a fucking faucet of misinfo and trying to shit smear to the best of his goddamn ability, not obsessed, by the way, of course. Like, he said my glasses are fake. Like, it's so fucking, it's silly. It's frivolous.
Anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast and be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast, where we're expressing sympathy for him and Eli.
Yeah, I mean, he was so obsessed with like winning the argument in clips in his mind that he went so far as to call his own wife a terrorist. Yes, this is correct. That boy deadly. You are correct in that assessment. He literally immediately was like, hey, it's a genocide. Let's move on from that. And then whenever I was like, okay, if you believe it's a genocide, then why do you think that it's appropriate for you to constantly cover? Like, what do you think is more urgent? What do you think is more significant? What do you think is more severe? Yeah, shit like this. Tank this, foot soldiers. What the fuck? Like, brigading my goddamn wiki feet, bro. That is nutty.
Was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment, and then like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the content cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
New dog whistle just dropped. Your use of the number 110 to describe the amount of IG stories they're saying is another dog whistle. Dude, I feel like Ethan's community might actually have unironic content-induced, like a content-induced mass hysteria. You know what I mean? Because like that doesn't make any fucking sense at all, bro. That does not make any sense. Like what would it even imply? What would 110 of his own fucking Instagram stories, what would that imply? What is anti-Semitic? Is definitely related to the 101. Oh my fucking God. Oh, 109 is the anti-Semitic dog whistle that is all of the Nazis will say Jews have been cast out of 109 countries. It must not be a coincidence, implying that like Jews are responsible for their own pogroms because it was justifiable to do pogroms to them. Holy fucking shit. No, not 110 Arab countries. No. Oh my lordy. This is also extreme level dog whistles that most of you are probably even probably not of you're probably oblivious to. Wouldn't that mean that he was the one being crypto Nazi since he made the 110 posts? Yeah, what the fuck? Hey, yo. Regarding Hasan, fans spamming 110 on this subreddit is a vague reference to the amount towards the times. Ethan has posted an Instagram story mentioning Hasan. Help me fight a hallucination. You post this number even on threads where it's completely irrelevant. This number just also happens to be a known neo-Nazi dog whistle. So please prove to me that Ethan mentioned Hasan exactly this many times. Prove to me that you didn't stretch out the amount of times Ethan mentioned Hasan to land exactly on this number. Tell me why you're reasoning. What the fuck? Bro, it wasn't even the entirety of the times that he's fucking mentioned me. That was the initial tabulation without even factoring in clips, dude. It's literally, oh God. It's like every single time they come up with some new shit, every single time they come up with some new fucking shit, it's like I have to entertain their goddamn hallucinations. Like, that is psychotic. You don't need to defend yourself. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile.
That's crazy. Whoa, what the fuck? Saying that about Brother Banks is unacceptable. Bridge too far.
Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right? I don't know if that's what.
Yeah, did anyone say that? Like, who said that? Like, did I say that? Why are you, did iDub say that? Why is that your Insta lock? Like, what the fuck? The only person doing that, the only person saying that is Ethan himself. It's so ridiculous. I would say it. Okay, well, then you get fucking banned. What do you mean? You're not calling Ethan a Jew bag. You think that's appropriate or acceptable? What the fuck do you think? Some dumb motherfuckers, once again, remember, 10-minute follow period. Some motherfuckers get real comfortable in here and they get clapped instantly, which is why it's so funny whenever Ethan or anyone else tries to be like, he has an incredibly anti-Semitic community.
The video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neil are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop.
Unironically, the most anti-Semitic person involved in all this so far has been Ethan himself. I disagree. I think the most anti-Semitic people involved in this are definitely a lot of the fucking neo-Nazis that love that they can use Ethan like a fucking fleshlight, okay? There's definitely more anti-Semitic people. I get what the point you're trying to make, however. The point you're trying to make is that Ethan is dangerous conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, or like his mechanism of using anti-Semitism as a way to attack as a way to shield himself from any sort of like valid criticism in terms of his coverage around this thing that he considers to be a genocide as well. That is definitely dangerous, as Sam Cedar also correctly pointed out. Sam Cedar absolutely pointed to this. He was honed in on it, as a matter of fact, when he was trying to get a gotcha out of him.
So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hasan, it's not all of these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this.
Yeah.
You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
Yeah. Which his own fucking crew actually recognized, which he complained about when they recognized that.
He said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on. It's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
he was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which.
Like, there are wake-up calls after wake-up calls after wake-up calls for members of his community that see him engage in everything from the most self-centered, most narcissistic, childish way possible. What about me? I am actually the biggest victim of all time. Me. Like, I've made it a point to always mention that regardless of the financial hit or regardless of the fucking endless amounts of harassment and maybe even legal, like criminal repercussions that might come my way, that my commentary on this issue is important to me, and I don't care about the fucking penalties because it's inconsequential in comparison to all of the real victims that are experiencing a genocide. Okay? It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. So even when people, or even when I personally bring up like, oh, after October 7, like a third of my community left, that was a major exodus. That made me feel fucking horrible because it made me feel as though people were just completely oblivious to what was actually unfolding. Okay, what legal things might you face? I mean, this administration is so fucking insane. Who knows where this will go? I'm not saying, I'm not doing like the David Pakman thing of like, oh, the admin told me not to leave the country or anything like that. But who knows? Who knows where this will go?
Which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that...
How do you, General you, try and identify real anti-Semites who hide behind the term Zionism? Like, it's so easy for these actual races to just use Zionism as a term, as a gateway to their beliefs. How do folks dissect people's true intentions? Whenever motherfuckers start talking about the Talmud, that's a really good example. Whenever motherfuckers hyper-focus on Mossad doing any sort of like blackmailing operation, which is true, they have, right? But only talk about Mossad. Whenever people talk about the mutually beneficial relationship between the United States of America and Israel and make it seem as though Israel is the party that controls the United States of America. Is the Israeli lobby very influential in American politics? Absolutely. Are there a lot of Jewish advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups when in fact their sole purpose of existence is to either do social conditioning for Zionism or directly defend the state of Israel, as we have seen in this past year in the way that even like the Congress of Rabbis have basically weaponized their religious status as a means to fucking criticize other Jews that are speaking out against this genocide. Absolutely true. Having said that, I'll tell you what, a lot of anti-Semites, from what I have seen, that masquerade as people who are actually anti-Zionist, they will inevitably always reveal their true perspective. Anti-Semites love noticing things. Like, they'll point to their nose to be like, this is another dog whistle. Like, I'm a noticer. That's another thing that they do. They'll almost always reveal their real true nature. They cannot stop themselves from constantly bringing everything back to Jews. Okay? Anti-Semites, first and foremost, will never separate Israel and Zionism from Judaism. Okay? That's an immediate telltale sign that you might be talking to someone who is anti-Semitic. The U.S. Liberty talking points normally comes from right-wing reactionaries. I know, but like, it's also not... In the past, I would have said you might be talking to a reactionary, but I wouldn't say that now. What's wrong with the Talmud? It gives directions for stuff like keeping kosher foods. What do you mean what's wrong with the Talmud? When people talk about Talmudic law and they're not a fucking rabbi, they literally don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Most normal Jews are not tapped into to the Talmud, and it's not even supposed to be a fucking religious text that is offering you guidance. It's supposed to be discourse. It's supposed to be interpreted differently by different parties. That's the whole point. No one... It's like when Islamophobes will be like, it's Sharia law. This is Sharia law. Okay? If the Talmud is like if Kafka wrote a terms of service agreement, that's really funny. Okay? Yeah. Most rabbis aren't tapped in. Yeah. Whenever someone says like Talmudic rituals or something like that, that is the leading motivator for Israel. So that's like another thing that you can... That's another thing that's like not always a telltale sign, but usually a pretty clear indication. But the number one indication is ask someone who is anti-Zionist if this is a byproduct of Judaism or not, especially in the Western world. Especially in the Western world. If you talk to an Arab, yeah, they're going to use the term Jew or Zionist interchangeably or Israel interchangeably because, as I've maintained over and over again, as I've mentioned over and over again, that's the only version they know, right? But if you live in an actual multifaceted environment, a diverse environment in the Western world, and you have developed these opinions, you have developed this perspective that anti-Zionism Zionism is interchangeable with Judaism, that is false. That is a false conflation. If someone is anti-Israel and they say, yeah, just the way that the Jews work, I guess, if they do shit like that, you're most likely talking to someone who is anti-Semitic. Another one I've seen anti-Semites say is Jewish media as opposed to Hebrew media or Israeli media. Jewish media, no, that one is that's not that relevant. If you're talking about Israeli media, that's not like. Ironically enough, Jews do control the media in one place on the planet, and that is Israel. that much is, I mean, that's a meme. But if they're talking about like fucking New York Times or whatever, once again. And they say, oh, it's Jewish media, then yeah, they're anti-Semitic. So none of this is exactly helpful. Wait, why? You asked me what would be clear-cut indicators. I'm giving you the greatest mechanism to spell out anti-Semitism coming from someone who claims to be an anti-Zionist is the answer to a very simple question. Is this a byproduct of Judaism, or is Zionism separate from Judaism and Jews? That's it. That's it. Ironically enough, a lot of anti-Semitic people who are pro-Israel will make that conflation as a way to defend Israel. And a lot of anti-Semites who are anti-Israel will make that dangerous conflation to disparage Jews. Asking for a third time, can you expand on the Mossad dog whistles? Oh yeah, that was another good one that I forgot to mention. So Mossad is an espionage, Mossad is Israel's espionage arm, right? And yes, Mossad and the CIA have often collaborated. Mossad and CIA have also butted heads. Jonathan Pollard is a great example of this, or Israeli espionage that was undermining America's strategy or strategic interests or national security is a great example of this. Having said that, however, a lot of the people who are anti-Semitic, but basically trying to repackage conspiracy theories as anti-Zionist, okay, will literally always make it seem as though America is actually an infallible Christian nation. The inference there is that America is an infallible Christian nation, but they're simply being blackmailed by the Jews to do this kind of stuff. Whenever you fucking hear that, and it feels as though they're trying to take the responsibility of empire away from the United States of America, remember that that is not the case. Mossad should be seen as an extension of the CIA, not a mechanism of espionage that has actually made the United States of America as pro-Israel as it is. Has Mossad contributed to this? Has Mossad contributed to America's interests in using Israel as a weapon? Absolutely. Do you think there's a genuine connection between Epstein, Mossad, honeypotting U.S. politicians? Thanks for clearing up that question. Again, if you think Epstein is simply a Mossad asset and was seemingly allowed to operate on U.S. soil without any sort of CIA involvement, that's crazy. You are abdicating the responsibility of American imperialism away from the actual the actual country that is most responsible for it. Do you understand? It is closer to the truth to say that Mossad is an extension of the CIA and not vice versa. That's why the likes of Ian Carroll, for example, will often, that's why the likes of Ian Carroll will often come across the argument, and they do a decent job of hiding their anti-Semitic tendencies, but they will every time you listen to what they are saying, it almost comes across as like America as a nation is actually good, okay, and has a lot of good output, but they're simply being manipulated by the Jews by way of Mossad to do some bad things, okay? And while there have been influence operations, obviously, as I described, right, that does not mean that America is letting it happen because of this, because they're being mind controlled by the Jews. Also, ask them about the Holocaust. That's another thing. Anti-Semites cannot stop themselves. They cannot fucking, like I said, at the end of the day, an anti-Semite will reveal their true position to you eventually. They cannot help themselves. They want to constantly tell you, like, no, you don't understand. Let me tell you about Jewish mind control. I find it crazy. 70% of your coverage is about America being demonic for allowing this, and 30% highlighting the atrocity that Israel commits, yet somehow get tarred as being anti-Semitic. No, the reason why that happens, for the record, let me tell you something. Do you want to know why that happens? Ethan actually revealed that in a really funny and really selfish way in our conversation. In our conversation where I asked him dead on, like, why do you care less about Candace Owens, who you and I both agree is anti-Semitic, going on Theo Von than someone like myself? Ethan in that conversation turned around and said, does anyone have the clip? That he respects Candace Owens and that he respects Nicholas Fuentes because they are out and about anti-Semites.
Those cringe.
Let me see if I can find it. I think I reposted one. Hold on.
You know those cringe people that go to college and then come.
Hold on. TikTok time. How the fuck do I get to my profile? I always have a hard time finding my own goddamn profile. Oh, here it is. Where is it?
Oh,
he's anti-Semitic now.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
You see? You understand? I am even more of a problem than Candace Owens is, than Nick Fuentes is. Why? Because I hide my anti-Semitism, whereas they are open about their anti-Semitism. You know who feels this way? Well, aside from Ethan, the likes of the ADL. Why do they feel this way? The reason why they feel this way is because it is infinitely more dangerous for someone like myself in the short term, because of short-term thinking. If your goal is to preserve and defend the interests of Israel, I am a significantly bigger threat in the short term than someone like Candace Owens or Nicholas Fuentes is. Why? Because this is an anti-Zionist Jewish social conditioning seminar, okay? Everyone that makes their way here that isn't like lost in the fucking sauce, or even those who are lost in the sauce, very quickly will understand that I am not an anti-Semite. And as a matter of fact, I spent a good deal of time shitting on anti-Semitism. And that in the short term, and I don't think Ethan is using that in the same way that like the ADL finds me to be a threatening person. Okay. Ethan here is just exercising that because he's personally, he has his own personal agenda. I don't even think it's from the virtues of defending Israel, right? As an original H3 fan who found you through Leftovers, the saga has made me realize Ethan has managed to make this all completely about himself and his personal grievances using classic All Lives Matter, plus a complex historical situation and an issue that is not complicated. It's convoluted but clear cut what the right and wrong side of the issue is, and Ethan has taken it upon himself to use his entire platform to run Hasbro. Thank you for recognizing that. That was my point. Do you see what I mean, though? I always maintain this position that, like, in the short term, not in the long term, by the way, because in the long term, of course, Candace Owens and Nicholas Fuentes are infinitely more dangerous for American Jews than I ever could be in the short term or the long term, right? They're actually far more dangerous because they actually are anti-Semitic. And not only are they actually anti-Semitic, they're growing in prominence as a consequence of their anti-Semitic sentiment, constantly packaging shit from the framework of this is the Jews' fault. This is the Jews' fault. That is, especially when the most popular voices on the other side defending the actions of Israel are literally turning around and also making that fucking conflation. Also, wait, what do you mean close the tab? What? Oh, because people are gonna write like crazy shit in the comments to try to catch me slipping. Here, I'll just hide the noties. Actual real question, what will it take for you to stop talking about Ethan? He apologizes. I mean, this is going to be, well, as I said already, I will be reacting to the context nuke in real time, alongside iDubbbz and maybe some other people as well, live to fundraise for not just the Creator Clash in general, but the charity that they want to fundraise for. I will be doing that, and that will be most likely the last time I talk about it, unless he turns around and actually tries to do fucking more Hasbro. Outside of that, it needs to reach a level of like Israel defense that I think is unconscionable for me to talk about it, which was my initial standard anyway. Careful, he's collecting for the total runtime of talking about Ethan version 2. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. I mean, but this is, of course, immediately after the fucking debate took place, so I'm obviously going to do a recap on that. But here,
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not worry
this
about
is
that.
a
Let's
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards.
Yeah. Have you asked Ethan, what could I do or say that would prove to you I'm not anti-Semitic? That would have been a good question to ask. I don't think I asked him that. Anyway.
Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, like, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it.
Was Narcus coming after you for your kneecap support? Okay. Yeah, I don't care. See, this is the type of shit that, like, you don't have to bring up for me. You know what I mean? I don't care. Okay. Cool. So what? Like, this is what I mean in terms of, like, irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
But until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get. But when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, you know, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video, not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative, or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there.
Surely the good guy in this situation fucks up a charity event, right? Yeah, of course. For purely personal reasons too.
Because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys. It doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously fucking disingenuous. This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Wait, who? What is he talking about there? Twitter is claiming your latest vid has a negative like ratio. The extension is fake as fuck. What is it? Let's see. I have no idea what it is. I mean, I'm sure it's been fucking heavily brigaded. How do I see the... How could I see what the actual like to dislike ratio is on a video? Like, it might be. It might actually be. You know what I mean? I don't even know where to look. How do I look at it? How do I fucking find it? Chat, where do I find the dislike? In the YouTube studio, right? I'm so stupid. Go to video analytics. Okay. Wait. What are people claiming on the like to dislike ratio, chat? What are people claiming on my video? What are they saying the like to dislike ratio is? Show me a link. They say it's negative. Just show me a fucking link instead of saying it. Just link me a dislike extender screenshot, please. Oof. The dislikes on the extension on the main channel too. That's really interesting. Well, yeah. Do you want to know what it actually looks like? Boom. So maybe we can put this fucking dumb shit to bed. Wow, what a fucking worthwhile extension. I wonder if this will make its way to LSF. I wonder if this will make its way to Reddit. Probably not. The current extension, currently the extension shows that I have 18,000 likes and 25,000 dislikes. I just showed you from my own analytics in real time that the like to dislike ratio is actually 86% like. Wow. They really did a number on this one. I have to admit that's supreme confidence from you. Yeah, I don't even know how to fucking pull dislikes. And I don't even give a shit. Yeah, sometimes I get fucking brigaded for sure. You know? What's your opinion about the AfD being declared right-wing extremist group in Germany? Great, because it's correct. The dislike extensions basically extrapolate data based off how many people with the extension click like versus dislike, but it's biased because people with the extension are far more likely to hit dislike on a video. They were reposting it on the H3 subreddit as proof as well. I wonder if they will also repost the correct narrative now. No, they won't, because they're fucking insane. They don't give a shit. Or now, because I've actually said that they won't post it, they might. 19K to 25K, baby. Oh. Hold on. Let me fucking... Also, wait a minute. What was it when I first showed it? What was it when I first showed it, chat? They will, but they say the ratios from another video. Dude, it is literally the title of the video. I just showed it to you. It was 86. Oh, yeah, okay. It's 86.8 right now. I was wondering if it actually made the like to dislike ratio look worse or something. Yeah. So why are we still giving grace to Dan? The team is being treated as if they're being held hostage. I don't know, because he was such a fucking, he was a big fan of mine, dude, and he was a big fan of Sam Cedar too. So I'm like I'm still kind of shocked that he like became this person. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway. Hold on. Let me see. What is this? They're still using the fucking like to dislike ratio on their subreddit. They're so crazy. That's such a weird way to cope, dude. I don't understand it. God damn. Where is this? Did Ethan subreddit also post my watch the last 20 seconds? Yeah, I will. Did Ethan subreddit also post my like to dislike ratio on mine? Did they?
Thank you, Ethan Klein.
Oh shit.
You are my best friend.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this song?
You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
That's crazy. It's the fucking my favorite song. Here's the formula for the stupid thing from GitHub. No, I don't care about that. Is there a post on the H3H3 subreddit where they are like also flexing on my fucking like to dislike ratio? That's what I'm saying. On my video. It's my slop song. Okay, I gotta pee real quick. I have not heard this before. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta
pee. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side, Denims, B and Frogan, HasanAbi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
By the way, I reached out to Chris Kunzler, to go through some of the stuff, and I don't think he actually hit me up on Discord. Maybe he did and I didn't see it, but I don't know what his maybe I don't know what his fucking Discord is, and he did add me and I didn't see it, but let me look real quick. Oh, he did add me. Never mind. I did not realize. Here. Okay. Watch it again. No. That's enough. We've watched it enough. Is he still streaming? Is he still streaming? Is he still around? I'm sorry, I didn't fucking see it. I was in his chat watching his stream. Pretty sure he said he can't join stream today because he's tired. I might be mistaken. All right, well, I accepted his request. And I also followed him or not followed him. I sent him a DM. So, you know. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. By the way, Dan called you as vile as Asman. He said Noah's using pictures of killed Palestinians as misery porn. He's not a good person. I mean, that's really sad, dude. Don't show me that shit, okay? More confirmation of what AIPAC's director said in audio I obtained from a private session. Mike Walls was groomed by the Israel lobby to serve as an asset in the GOP White House. That's the other thing. Yeah, I got the like to dislike ratio from the subreddit. Thank you, chatters. Here. Watch the original song? No. This is actually something that I wanted to talk about as well. Post on their sub at the like dislike ratio. No, I know. I saw it. I already screenshotted it. Yeah. Here come the plugins aren't accurate comments. I mean, they're not. All right. Chris is too tired, I guess. That's fine. This is a story that we're going to talk about with respect to Mike Wallets. What is this? I saw this clip of Brennan again. It's relevant more than ever.
And there is a real thing that I think happens in real life a lot where, you know, this horrifying oppressive force has its boot on your throat, either figuratively or literally, and goes, hey, I know I've got my boot on your throat. Be really careful to get my boot off your throat ethically. Don't get my boot off your throat in a way that would compromise your values or call your ethics into question. I'm going to keep crushing your, you know, body with this oppressive way, but like, make sure you handle this in the right way. And there is a real thing that I think happens in real life a lot where, you know, this horrifying oppressive force has its boot on your throat, either figuratively or literally.
The fucking genocidal entity can do untold amounts of cruelty as long as they are legally doing it, or not even legally, but like as long as they're doing it as a state. But of course, any sort of resistance, any sort of militancy, no matter how they respond, any sort of militancy is in the wrong across the board. This is just the way people operate. Okay. This is just the way people feel. It's just the way people think, and they will always deny it. This was all of chat yesterday. Hasan versus Ethan Klein debate. Try to not kill yourself challenge. It's funny. You think your Anne Frank comments was a good look for you? Do you think if no, don't ban this guy. I need to hear this person who is, you know, mysteriously first time ever in the chat, followed for an hour just to come and say this. Do you think Anne Frank would be a bad person if she was able to actually escape and then take up arms against the Nazis? Do you think if there was a literal internet equivalent during the time of Anne Frank, and she was posting about how, like, we got killed these Nazis, man. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Do you think that would change the dynamic at all? Can you tell me in this chat right now that you think Anne Frank would be a bad person? How do you know if she would ever take up arms? No, I'm asking you. It's not about I know she would. I'm saying if she would that change your mind about her at all? Do you think that Anne Frank resisting militarily, if she had the opportunity to do so, resisting militarily against the genocide being carried out by Nazi Germany? I'm saying if. Do you think you would hate her for it? Of course. You would hate Anne Frank if she killed Nazis. Well, I guess you and I have a disagreement on that. Cool. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for addressing what, you know, is truly a repulsive thing to say. They don't believe that in their heart. They're just trying to own you. I know. Like, they were triggered when they saw Wolfenstein. They were like, this is an unacceptable aggression towards someone demonstrating a simple political disagreement. Yeah. Ethan was saying she is famous because she was a pacifist, as if the goal was the fame and killing a Nazi would ruin that. Yeah. No, she wasn't famous because she was a pacifist. She was famous because she got murdered by a fucking fascist regime and was able to detail some of the experiences that she had, and then her diary was found in the aftermath. Her actually fucking turning around and being able to resist militarily against the Nazi occupation would not actually make her a lesser person, would not change anything. It's like, do you hate the United States of America for fighting in World War II? Like, what kind of, I mean, I don't know anymore. I don't know. Finish the Brandon video? I already did. I already watched it. It was a replay. She Loki probably would have been more famous. Yeah, most likely, yeah. I mean, if she was also able to successfully militarily I don't know. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just lies, dude. It's bad faith to win an argument. Yeah. Fox News is doing a story on you for what? Why do you know that? It's not surprising. After that New York Times piece, I know I'm going to get a bunch of fucking counter hit pieces. Be on the lookout. It'll come from every avenue. It's most likely a direct response of the New York Times article that came out. Because when that happens, they all of the pro-Israel outlets will try to pollute the marketplace with like anti Hasan shit so that it takes over the SEO. It already started with the free press, ironically enough. My boss is a Republican and I saw your mug on there. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not surprising. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, here. The mentality of Ethan Klein fans. Hasan says, your wife was a member of a terrorist organization. The idea of Ethan. H3 fans call him a misogynist for not saying her name. Your wife was a member of a terrorist organization. No, Gila, that was a member of a terrorist organization. Other choice quotes. She was just 19. She was just a kid. And yet Rashid is a terrorist because of some mean tweets on the Palestinian. Her brigade captured. You don't know why he was kidnapped. As if there's good reasons to kidnap Palestinians. If Ethan fans see this, here, Hila says she volunteered to be transferred to the West Bank. She said she would have found a way out. She requested to raid Ramallah. She says they only took her because I asked for it and I'm cute. Far from experiencing regret or remorse, the Kleins have said that Hila should be commended for her admirable service. H3 fans called the Yemeni kid a terrorist for mean anti-genocide tweets and defends the Kleins committing and condoning actual terror. Like, that's something that's important to address here. It's like, it's not what she did in the past, but it's also certainly what she's continuing to do, which is like defending the ongoing atrocities or denying that it's a genocide, which Hila has.
Between Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker last night really does show you why debate is such a pointless.
Yeah, also, Ethan Klein is now reaching out to proudly genocidal Zionist Hen Mazik to get him to amplify his false accusations the anime sword iDubbbz posted with his swastika. And Hen Mazik is literally a fucking genocide denier. Ethan Klein said he said it was a genocide, and yet he has on numerous occasions done completely contrary shit to that. Indefensible things, as a matter of fact.
For changing people's mind. Because there were tens of thousands of people in Ethan Klein's chat telling him that he was doing incredibly well whilst he was experiencing one of the greatest crash outs in human history. All of these people had already decided what their opinion was before the debate began. It didn't matter what Hasan was going to say because they don't actually care about the hard material facts, evidence, or anything. What they care about is how they enjoy this argument, and they got their enjoyment from hating on Hasan. So anything that Ethan said, they were going to receive amazingly, but anything that Hasan said, they were going to hate on it because Ethan admitted so many things, so many reasons that people have been talking negatively about him that he has claimed over the last few months are related to anti-Semitism were not. He called his own wife, Hila Klein, the raider of Ramallah, a terrorist. He said that he didn't actually think Hasan had a sword that had a German symbol from the 1930s and 40s on it. He also says that he thinks he did really well in the debate against Sam Cedar, which is just categorically untrue. He gave a horrible account of himself there too. And I mean, the attention that it received was truly unbelievable. There are around 120,000 people watching Hasan Piker, and hopefully this will have brought more attention to the pro-Palestinian movement, and all of the content that will come afterwards will hopefully serve to educate people. But as a medium to change people's mind, as a medium to decide which theory is superior, it is pointless. It always ends up with one person just trying to bring up facts or small snippets of information to get one over on the other person.
What is this? New photo with one of your swords just dropped? Okay, stop. Ethan has now started posting Fortnite dances of himself on his... Yeah, okay, I'm done listening to your silliness. Okay. Yeah. There was another Zay Squirrel post that I wanted to get to as well, in terms of like the and this is something I didn't know either. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There was another thing that she said, she showed as far as the we'll talk about Mike Wallace getting fired, by the way, in a second. Where was it? There were underage Jewish girls and boys who joined the partisan resistance against the Nazis. Ethan Klein said if Anne Frank had done the same, she would not be worth admiring. He's so obsessed with smearing any resistance to Israel, he's saying the most deranged shit imaginable. For example, Sarah Gorelnik was only 12 when she joined the partisans, and there were many others among the occupied peoples of the Soviet Union, France, Denmark, and the Netherlands. One of the greatest anti-Nazi films, which is reminiscent of Israel, is about this, which is called Come and See. I've been meaning to actually watch Come and See on the broadcast too. And yeah, another thing that he fucking lied about was this.
The
ADL did criticize Twitch, right?
Say what?
The ADL did criticize Twitch.
Yeah, no,
right?
it's true that they're the ones that got them banned. They reached out during this whole Arab tier list because it was going way beyond our community.
Right.
No. I think he means they reached out to Twitch, right?
But blaming that on me is fucking insane. That's like being like, oh, black dude working with the NAACP, huh? Like with no evidence. It's like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What?
You know, the ADL.
If she was
the
talking
ADL
to a black dude,
did
it was
criticize
like-
Twitch, right?
Say what?
The ADL did criticize Twitch.
Yeah, no,
right?
it's true that they're the ones that got them banned. They reached out during this whole.
Yeah,
Arab
no, he means they reached out. That's not the they. I think he means like they reached out to Twitch, but he also did take credit for the ban, and also I think he literally said like, I mean, yeah, this is what I was.
Gold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right?
Yeah, also, he already admitted to correspondence with Dan Solomon, Destiny's podcast co-host, who is the one who is contacting ADL directly. He has been involved with the ADL in banning and trying to get me banned, as well as all of these other pro-Palestinian content creators.
They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think
you said Ethan's words can make him seem pro-Zionist and that he should be more thoughtful, but when he pointed out that your language can come off as supportive of terrorism, why not just admit that you're careless sometimes too to his fans? It made you look like you can't admit fault. I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't. What do you mean? If you think I'm a terrorism supporter for that reason, then yeah, I'm a fucking terrorism supporter. What are you talking about? The Houthis and their militancy in the Red Sea is a perfectly moral action. What would you do if there was a genocide happening in your fucking backyard? That's it. And Ethan had no answer for that. I also said, yes, some people think I'm a terrorist supporter, and that's on them and not me. I also maintain the position that terrorism is an intentionally vague definition to deny people their normal due process, to deny people their human rights. The difference between Ethan being called a Zionist and me being called a terrorist is Ethan is not getting potentially arrested for being a Zionist. I will most likely, at some point, I might actually get criminally charged. If this administration gets everything they want out of this situation, there is a real threat of legal persecution on the other side of this. Please stop being fucking delusional. It is also perfectly warranted for people to call Ethan a Zionist. He has said he is a Zionist on numerous occasions. He has constantly conflated Zionism with Judaism. Jesus Christ. What are we talking about? This is so strange. It's so strange. We're acting like we live in a totally separate fucking world, for the record. We're living in this one right now, where in the state of Michigan, Attorney General Dana Nessel directed the FBI and local police to raid the homes of pro-Palestinian student activists who are American citizens. They really think you lost because Ethan conceded more points? Yes, because they are going to, first of all, that's not how a debate works anyway, but they're saying that because they're looking for any and every avenue. They're also probably going to say, well, Ethan was very loud in the beginning, and that was good, actually. That shows power. And then Ethan was more restrained in the second half, which shows that he was actually, cooler. Cooler heads prevailed. It's just about trying to find a narrative to make it seem like their favorite content creator did not come across as unhinged when most people do. Yeah, Ethan called Mandela one, but said he isn't himself, lol. Did you catch that? Yeah. This will take you to a YouTube clip for admitting what? How they keep it hidden?
I know it wouldn't look good for Ethan to publicly do anything with you, but if you reach out on private at all, well, privately we chat a ton, of course. Why do you think I've been off stream so much the past week? I'm like,
no, he's just being sarcastic, dude. Shut up. You're getting fucking baited. Like, come on, guys. He's just
like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they
that's just bait, dude. And then he's gonna be like, see, he believed that he's so fucking R-worded.
When they finally suspended Frogan and
here, why be so charitable? Because I know what he's trying to do.
Shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, then they said, okay, we should probably do something about
your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Fuck her.
And once again, Asmongold got banned immediately, right?
Yes, Asmongold got banned immediately because he said something that was fucking ban-worthy. It took the ADL getting involved after you fucking constantly crying, and also your partner in this crime of trying to frivolously deplatform pro-Palestinian content creators to reach out to the ADL directly. Not you, but your partner in crime that you correspond with, that you openly admitted to corresponding with. By the way, he doesn't think it's a genocide, for the record, so I don't know what the fuck that's about. H3 just posted a clip. Oh, fuck you. I can't believe I clicked on that. You son of a bitch. You got me good. Here's a week off. Suck my dick. Didn't he also do the politics tag thing on Twitch? I mean, I don't know if he was directly responsible for it, but his chirping certainly did not hurt in terms of finding perceived victimhood. The goal here is simple. It's to basically make sure that no one who's critical of Israel gets to fucking be critical of Israel and has a large, prominent platform. They will do anything and everything. They will do anything and everything to actively suppress any sort of anti-Zionist speech. And it's even more dangerous when it's anti-Zionist speech coming from someone who isn't anti-Semitic, who is against anti-Semitism. So you know what they're doing? You're still charitable? No, I'm not. I'm just being honest. I don't know what you mean by charitability. Yes, I think he's fucking lying when he says that he recognizes the genocide. It is inconsistent with the way he's presented himself for the past fucking 15 months. All right? Anyway. Let's continue. Israel expands demolitions of West Bank refugee homes.
Now, one of the largest Palestinian refugee camps in the occupied West Bank has become uninhabitable, says the mayor of Jenin. Thousands of Palestinians have been displaced and hundreds of homes have been demolished since Israel launched a military campaign in January. That's according to the UN, which says that the situation is unprecedented. Israel says it wants to dismantle what it calls terror strongholds in the camps. The BBC has followed the story of one man who was forced out of the camp and whose home was identified.
The next person that tries to poop sock me while I'm talking about real shit now, I'm going to perma.
Identified for demolition by the IDF. Emir Nada has more.
It's been 3 months since Jamal was forced out of his home. He's one of thousands of Palestinians from Jenin refugee camp in the West Bank who don't know when or if the Israeli military will let them return.
There is my house.
The house is less than a kilometer away, but Jamal has only been allowed one brief visit.
My house was standing when I last saw it. I went to bring my UN aid card.
Now he has no idea how much of his home remains.
I can see so much destruction and damage in the camp. A lot of destruction and demolition.
In the West Bank, refugee camps home to Palestinians displaced from Israel have become the base of militias who say they're fighting Israeli occupation. Israel calls them terrorists and in January stepped up its campaign against them, entering the camps and forcing out residents before beginning a wave of building demolitions. While filming, we see Palestinian municipal workers attempting to clear a route to a hospital. They're detained, then denied entry to the blockaded camp.
There are big challenges in terms of providing services to citizens. As everyone knows, the infrastructure in Jenin camp has been totally demolished. Israel's goal is to try to make Jenin camp totally unfit to live in. And I am telling you, it has now become completely unlivable.
Israel says the demolitions are necessary for its counter-terrorism operations, improving military movement through the camps, but doesn't confirm which buildings it's destroyed. In March, Israel issued a map of over 90 buildings it said it would demolish in Jenin camp. Jumar's appeared to be among them. Using satellite imagery, we've identified that at least 33 of those buildings have been destroyed, including Jumar's. The UN says it estimates that Israel has demolished 200 buildings, housing 600 apartments in Jenin camp alone. Now living in temporary accommodation, Jumar is indignant about losing his home.
Why did they demolish my house? I want to know. I want the Israeli army to give me justification. I had no links to militants. I am a peaceful person.
Jumar, like thousands of other Palestinians in the West Bank, now doesn't know where he will live next, without compensation and with few of his life's belongings, besides the family pet.
I need to make something clear. Even if he was a militant in Jenin, Israel would have no right to demolish his home. Israel has no right, without the authorization of Palestinians, to even operate in that area. Just so you understand. You're my favorite terrorism apologist. Brother, I have never apologized for the terror that Israel has fucking committed, okay? Israel is the real terrorist here. Israel is the ISIS equivalent in this conversation. So you need to find a new guy.
This is Assad al-Nasasra, his relief clear to see as he's reunited with his family. The Palestinian paramedic embracing his father after surviving an attack that saw 15 fellow emergency workers killed. His children also desperately relieved to see him alive after 5 weeks in Israeli detention. He was one of just 2 survivors, but he has...
Oh yeah, Israel detained him, by the way. Yeah. One of the paramedics that didn't get assassinated on the spot was detained.
Hasn't spoken publicly yet, and mystery still surrounds what actually happened to him. There are multiple questions which the IDF still has to answer. Why was Assad arrested in the first place? Why was he held for so long? And what happened to him during that time? But clues are beginning to emerge, including new audio we've exclusively obtained, which documents a call that Assad made to the Red Crescent Dispatch Center during the attack. It adds to the body of visual and audio evidence that we're collating to find out exactly what happened that morning. Assad was driving in an ambulance with his colleague Rifat Radwan, who filmed this video on the morning of March 23rd. They'd been dispatched to find their colleagues who'd gone missing after an earlier Israeli attack. You can hear his voice as he spots the missing emergency vehicle. The timeline we've pieced together shows the attack begins at 5:08 a.m. and gunfire can be heard for more than 5 minutes. We've obtained a recording of a call that Assad made to the Red Crescent Dispatch Center at 6:55 a.m. At this point, it's clear Assad is being held by the Israelis. We can hear their voices discussing the prisoners and shouting at them. 2 minutes into the audio, we can hear a more senior figure addressing soldiers by name. It's clear there's a chain of command here. And in earshot of the prisoners, the soldiers are being given their orders. A military expert familiar with the IDF told us that this sounded like a formal command by a superior, and the word battery was referring to a firing position occupied by soldiers. In our interview with the only other survivor, the Red Crescent medic Munza Abed, he describes his arrest alongside Assad.
الوحيد اللي شفته أسعد النصاص كان جاي مع الضابط واعتقله وحطه جنبي. أسعد آخر لحظة شفته فيها كانوا مغميين عينيه ومقعدينه ومربطين إيديه من ورا طبعا.
After an internal IDF investigation, the deputy commander of the IDF unit which carried out the shootings was dismissed, and another was reprimanded. No charges have been brought against anyone involved. Now he's been released, there are multiple questions about Assad's detention to add to the growing disquiet about the IDF's conduct. First, what were the IDF grounds for suspicion about the...
Understand that Israel offered less repercussions to the fucking dude who assassinated the workers, the medical workers, than the medical workers who actually survived the assassination. The guy who killed, the guy who commanded his brigade to kill the medical workers, execution style, got no prison time for a clear-cut war crime that they recognized was a war crime. The people that survived the shooting actually were apprehended and detained. It's fucking insane.
The paramedic. What happened to Assad during his 5 weeks of detention, and why was he held for so long without charge? Our investigations are still ongoing to get to the whole truth of one of the bloodiest Israeli attacks ever against paramedics in Gaza.
It was a welcome party of sorts.
This is the New York Times visual investigation report on it.
It's almost 5 a.m. on March 23rd in Rafah, southern Gaza. 2 Red Crescent medics are out searching for a missing ambulance crew. Driving is Assad al-Nasasra, and sitting beside him and filming is Rafat Radwan. Both have worked with the Red Crescent for years. Rafat worries their missing colleagues have come under attack. They haven't heard from them for an hour. They will soon discover that Israeli soldiers have fired on the crew, killing 2 of them. Before long, Rafat will also be killed, along with 12 other staff from the Red Crescent, Civil Defence and the United Nations. The New York Times obtained Rafat's footage and reconstructed, moment by moment, how this unprovoked attack unfolded. We synchronized his video with another phone recording from the scene. We reviewed autopsy reports and photos of the bodies, and we interviewed eyewitnesses. Our investigation shows how Israeli soldiers fired repeatedly on unarmed medics, closed in around them and continued shooting for more than 6 minutes, even as several of the crew were still alive, wearing their uniforms and praying. Investigating itself, the IDF has said there were professional failures and dismissed a deputy commander who was involved. Independent experts say that to knowingly attack medics is a breach of the laws of war.
So when they then directly fire on them, they are committing.
I see a lot of people in the chat saying, why did they leave some alive or detain them? Even after they buried all the bodies and the ambulances? And the reason for why is because this is not the first nor the last time Israel will actively kill paramedics. They've been doing this. They've done this hundreds of times already. And the only reason why we know about it, or the only reason why this became a controversy, is because people in the Western world cared enough about it that they had to lie and defend what took place. And then more information came out that directly contradicted the lie in such an obvious fashion that people had to at least maintain their objective neutrality in the situation to go, this is completely unacceptable. They do not care if people know they kill medics. And the reason why I know they do not care is because they have killed medics. This is not the first time they've done so. They've killed hundreds of UN workers. They've killed hundreds of healthcare workers. They've killed almost 100 journalists. And the only time the Western world actually pays attention to it is the only time where they even care to develop some counter narrative, which is a lie. Every single time it's a lie. But that's the reason why they're so careless. That's the reason why they can be so careless, because what happened since this took place? Nothing. It's the same reason why everyone in the media has hyper-focused on Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Brega Garcia is far from the only person who was falsely sent over to CCOT. But he is the one where the government, Kismet, I guess, openly admitted that mistake. It was illegal for the government to deport him to CCOT, to El Salvador. And the government accidentally revealed that they had made a mistake. And that's the reason why it became a conversation. But I always maintain the position that there's 70% of the people that have been sent to CCOT so far are that have no crimes whatsoever.
A war crime.
Days before the attack, Israel had broken the ceasefire in Gaza with intense airstrikes after negotiations with Hamas to release hostages broke down.
Please don't use the term R-worded. That was very off-putting. Should I just say the actual word when I'm reading it? Like, what do you want me to do? Just say the actual word when I'm reading it? Because it's on screen, you see it. No, it doesn't help. Wait, what do you mean? No, it doesn't help. It's derogatory. I'm confused. Hella people use the word. I, at least, in a way to be accessible, don't say the word even when I'm fucking reading it. I'm confused as to what you want from me. To actually say it out loud? Like, say the full word instead of saying R-worded? Account created... or account created 2015-07, following since 2 days ago? You didn't need to use it? What? Dude, what are you saying? When I'm reading something that has the full word in it, I say R-worded rather than reading out the full word. This is me being accommodating. So what is your suggestion? You weren't reading anything? What? You were reading a direct message. Some people say R slur, but it's the same as a white person adding the N word and saying N word. Yeah. Well, this is... No. They're literally saying, don't even say R-worded. Like, he's saying, when you see someone use the term... Notice how this becomes difficult to broach in terms of subject matter, because, like, I'm trying to be accommodating right now, and it kind of, like, destroys the conversation. You weren't reading anything when you used it 5 minutes back. Do you think I said the full R word 5 minutes ago? Or are you saying... What? They're saying you're lying about reading it. They can't just admit they're wrong. Don't even allude to it. I wonder what this... Yeah, I read it off from a tweet, but I didn't actually say the word. I just said R-worded. I don't think it's a good term to use. I am neurodivergent. We know. Also, welcome. This community is filled to the brim. But I don't even fully understand what your demands are in terms of me. Like, should I not substitute the actual full R word with R worded? It's difficult for me to broach the conversation with you, but like, should I just, when someone writes the R word, when someone spells out the R word, okay, I'm going to play around with this. I'm going to play around with my woke of the day. I think we're going to address this and we're going to come to a conclusion. Should I just make up a new word? Okay. Going forward, what the fuck? For one person, you are asking a huge changing question. Yeah, I'm not going to follow what he's saying. I don't give a shit. Like, what do you mean? I just wanted to see where this chatter would go to. Like what this chatter would actually say. I wanted to see where he was going to go. Anyway, I don't know, man.
Ground forces had moved into Rafah, and on the night in question, the IDF says it set up.
I think they're saying when you say R-worded on your own volition, not reading someone else say it, it kind of defeats the point of censoring it. Yeah, I mean, if I were to call someone, if I were to turn around and be like, you are R-worded, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. But there's I use other ableist terms as a substitute anyway, even though, you know, we try to be as accommodating as possible, but it's not going to be a full tilt. It's virtually impossible for me to be completely accommodating. And I'm not going to be anyway. You know? Anyway, let's continue.
Up an ambush on this road ahead of an evacuation order to flush out suspected militants when people moved. Red Crescent crews were working overnight to rescue casualties from a nearby airstrike. But when one crew goes missing, others, including Assad and Rafat, are sent out to find them. In the darkness, they initially don't see the missing ambulance. It had been passing by here just an hour earlier, when the Israeli unit opened fire on it. They killed the two medics sitting in the front, Ezzedine Shah and Mustafa Kafaja, and detained a third medic, Munther Abed, who survived. He told us what happened.
وفي الطريق فجأة تم إطلاق النار علينا بشكل مباشر. عاد أنا كنت في الكابينة في الخلف.
Munther told us he was stripped and beaten. The IDF said it thought the ambulance was a Hamas vehicle and has long contended that Hamas uses ambulances to transport weapons and fighters. Back on the road, Rafat and Assad pass the Israeli soldiers without incident and meet up with other medics who are also out searching.
Chatters, I was quite literally reading logs from DGG. That was the context. Can you please stop complaining? I don't care. Okay? I think the reason why you are saying this is so that I actually fucking spell it out so you can get a clip and be like, Hasan is being ableist. I don't even care to be accommodating to that degree. If you're being annoying, I will say the fucking slur if you want me to say it, okay? God damn, dude. Leftists are so fucking annoying. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, dude. In the process of watching New York Times' fucking coverage over how Israeli soldiers killed 15 rescue workers in Gaza, their visual investigation team that poured countless hours into like an actual thing that took place, a literal war crime. There's a bunch of baby chatters in here being like, well, I think like if you say R-worded instead of spelling out the full fucking word, well, you might as well be using it as a substitute. Like, okay, I am. Clip it then. I am using it deliberately as a substitute. Stop. God damn, dude. Sometimes it gets a little too fucking hard to deal with the neurodivergence in this fucking community, okay? This is one of those moments. Lock in. You're not an activist. You're a narcissist.
Saleh Muammar, who's driving the other ambulance, says he spotted bodies on the ground. They ready the ambulances to return. But Saleh worries they will be attacked if they move ahead without more vehicles.
Wow, he said Yahud as in Jews. Wow, anti-Semitism. Or perhaps what I've talked about already. The conflation that Israel has made has set. Wow. Well, these guys must be anti-Semitic. Maybe that's why they killed him. This is how. Yeah, that's the reason why the New York Times translates Yahud. Yehudi means Jews, Jewish in both Turkish, and Yahud means a Jew in Arabic. Okay? This is an interchangeable term in that part of the world. And the reason for why it's an interchangeable term in that part of the world is not because they're fucking anti-Semitic. It's because Israel has shown that part of the world that this is for Judaism. We are the Jewish nation state, is what Israel says. So remember that. Maybe Ethan will advocate for these guys to get fucking... well, they already got killed. I was going to say maybe he'll advocate for them to be killed, but they got killed already. Maybe he'll defend that.
A civil defense ambulance and fire engine joined them. And they continue on as a convoy. Overhead, an Israeli drone is watching them. The IDF later said that a drone operator told soldiers on the ground the convoy was advancing suspiciously, but they're clearly marked as emergency services. And the vehicles are flashing their lights, which soldiers could see, the IDF later told us. The medics pull in. Around 20 IDF soldiers are positioned here, 100 feet off the roadside. Almost all of the first responders are clearly marked in reflective gear. They are unarmed and moving away from the IDF. Rafat sees his colleagues' bodies. As they rush to rescue them, they're met by a hail of gunfire. Rafat scrambles to the driver's side and is shielded, for now, by the ambulance. He begins to pray. In total, Rafat films almost 6 minutes of gunfire. We produced a condensed timeline that gives an insight into the IDF's actions. Minute 1. After the first barrage comes a 20-second pause. Rafat repeats the Shahada, a declaration of faith that Muslims also say as they face death. An ambulance tries to escape, but another hail of gunfire erupts. Minute 2. We hear continuous single shots. Then automatic fire. Minute 3. Another pause. First responders can be heard screaming. Then another barrage from multiple rifles. None of these medics are armed and all of the fire is coming from the IDF. Minute 4. A long pause. Rafat asks his mother's forgiveness. Minute 5. Steady gunfire. Closer to Rafat now, for the full minute. An ambulance is shot at. Medics were still inside some of the vehicles. One of them, Ashraf Abu Lebda, phones a Red Crescent dispatcher who records the call. We synchronized Ashraf's call with Rafat's video to better understand what they both were seeing. Minute 6, Israeli soldiers appear to approach, shouting in Hebrew, but it's unclear what they're saying. Both Ashraf and Rafat see them around the same time. Minute 7 from Ashraf's phone call. Slow, deliberate shots are heard now.
This is where the suspicion is that they started executing them. Yeah. This is why I felt kind of gross yesterday after all was said and done. Because it felt like the seriousness of the things that I wanted to discuss kept constantly getting derailed into idiotic nonsense. I do despise people that only talk about this from the framework of drama or try to say idiotic shit like, just because you criticize a genocide, which we also think is a genocide, doesn't mean you're infallible. I never said I am. The only time half of these people actually recognize that it's a genocide is so that they can use it as a talking point. It's disgusting. It's fucking pathetic. Yeah, also, Israeli settlers set Palestinian agricultural land in the West Bank on fire, apparently, and according to Haaretz reporting, and that's what caused the wildfires is the suspicion. Even though Western Hasbara immediately was like, oh, Palestinians and Hamas in the West Bank are actually causing wildfires. That's why Israel's on fire. To the person who was like watching from the outside, they see me make a passionate plea and they go, oh, he's lost control over this conversation. It's because I'm thinking about this in the back of my mind the entire time. Anyway, I know it's hard to watch, but we're going to finish this.
An Israeli soldier orders his troops. Ashraf hangs up. Amid the emergency vehicles, Rafat's phone is positioned here. 3 audio experts who analysed his recording determined that the soldiers begin shooting up to 150 feet away. This aligns with where witnesses saw the IDF positioned and where it built sand barricades. As the shooting continues, the gunfire closes in to within 60, 50, and then 40 feet of Rafat by minute 6 of the attack. Drone footage the IDF showed the times confirms that the soldiers moved in. Rafat was still alive at this time. He was shot multiple times, his autopsy showed. And inside this ambulance, Ashraf was also alive. He was shot in the chest. A witness with a clear view of what happened is Saeed al-Bardawil, a civilian who was detained and held with the IDF troops before the attack on the convoy. Saeed says that IDF reinforcements later came, and then soldiers shot first responders as they lay on the ground.
Brianna Wu tweeted that she personally saw a Palestinian child deliberately starting a fire. Yeah, well, I saw from first-hand testimony that in Jerusalem, Brianna Wu actually opened up her jaw. You're on Fox News, baby girl. I don't care. Oh yeah, that shit don't mean nothing, dude. Hi, let me guess. It's another smear operation. Let me guess. Like on the main channel or where? Or is it on the digital side? Because I don't see it. I don't see it on my like on the actual live channel. Wait, really? What are they doing? Oh shit, let's go. Okay, I do care about that. That's funny.
One more point from AOC saying, oh, there's all this money coming in to conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
Let's go.
I am sorry. After October 7th, this is not about criticism of Israel or the Israeli government.
I think I'm going to go to jail, by the way. That's like, okay. This might actually cause me to go to jail, low key, but high key.
Genocidal slogans about the Jewish state.
Yeah.
They talk about intifada glowingly. They support Hamas, a genocidal terrorist
I might
group
literally
with American
be going to
blood
jail
on their hands. It is a fallacy to pretend, oh, we can't criticize the government of Israel. That is not the issue here.
Congratulations to all my haters, bro. You did it. All the liberals.
Constantly.
At least the nickname fits. Piker.
What does that mean?
Definitely a piker, this guy. Mm.
So, you know, Lauren, I feel like there's been almost a theme here throughout these last hour and a half, and is that the Democrats are still trying to find a direction. They're still trying to find someone. And it's just so surprising, some of the people who are floating to the top.
Did you see, maybe a month ago, Pete Buttigieg went on a podcast, an all-male podcast with a largely male audience. And the first thing I noticed, and I thought it was just me because I pick up on these little things, I'm like, oh, he looks different. He had a beard. And then going into the podcast, he said a curse word. And I was like, what happened to Pete Buttigieg? They're trying to portray this manly image because they realize they lost a lot of young voters, specifically young men voters, and they're trying to bring them back by bringing manly back again. But I'm not sure this is how you do it.
Hey guys, just make sure to, hey guys, remember, Ethan was called a Zionist for calling himself a Zionist, and who could say what's more harmful overall? Who could say what's more harmful overall? Any day now. Sure, there'll be think pieces written about it that will inevitably lead to the government changing their attitude and arresting people for being pro-Israel. Anyway, is there a way to go back? Wait, we'll try to see if we can find the full. Rewind 8 minutes right after the ad break for your segment. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you.
Advertise to grow your business today.
Thank you for finding this, Demasius.
Alex Pillow looks to continue for
Let's see.
Personal journey come.
How many times is like Asmongold and shit talked about cancel culture and how people are trying to cancel him and how they're free speech defenders? Will they come to my defense? Will they actually come to my defense? Who knows? Who knows?
Harris Faulkner, and this is America's most
Diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker. The New York Times calls the viral streamer, quote, made for the manosphere, in their glowing profile detailing his good looks, fashion choices, and influence over Gen Z. The only thing they forgot to mention is his pro-Hamas radical anti-Semitic views. Watch.
October 7 was a retaliation for an ongoing apartheid. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic. Any kind of Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a oh, hell yeah. Okay, respect. I thought, I mean, the doesn't matter. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. One is out of context, but they're doing the thing They're doing the thing where they show actual full-blown quotes. YouTube HasanAbi, what the fuck? Rabid neo-Nazi. You shouldn't even let someone be the local dog catcher as if they've ever exhibited positive feelings about the state of Israel.
And there's more where that came from, but the internet doesn't care. TikTokers can't get enough of him.
He's intelligent, he's tall. I think Hasan Piker is the picture perfect man.
He is just so fine. And the fact that he's politically smart as well.
Very smart. He has very interesting, very creative ideas. He achieved a lot. He is not the kind of guy to tell you that he loves you. He's the kind of guy to show you with his actions.
Okay. He's got lawmakers wrapped around his finger, too. AOC and Bernie Sanders sat down on his YouTube show last month to
lawmakers
talk about
wrapped around his
activist
fingers.
Mahmoud Khalil.
I wish I could get them. I wish I could fucking get them to take action. I wish I had them wrapped around my fingies, you know? You run Congress now? Oh my God, bro. They're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. They're literally saying shit that you wish was the reality, where they're like, oh, he doesn't just control the media, he controls Congress now. It is pretty crazy to have Fox News coming out and behaving in this like insane manner.
The erosion of civil liberties is happening all around. I'm, of course, talking about Mahmoud Khalil.
It goes without saying that there is still profound money and interest that remains dedicated on both sides of the aisle in trying to marginalize and also conflate criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. Right. And we have to be very aware of that.
Lauren, that was March 20th, okay?
Yeah.
2 sitting members of Congress went on a podcast hosted by someone who said in November of last year, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. And AOC right now is being talked about as the future of the...
Yeah, I mean, most people in the media understand what that quote is, by the way. Like, they do. And I've had people who are I've had people who I wouldn't even expect to be charitable to me reach out about that as well.
The Democratic Party.
Yeah, I know. And that female in the TikTok video said, he's the type of guy not to tell you that he loves you, but to show you that he loves you. And we just quoted him as saying, doesn't matter if rape...
Yeah, don't listen to before or after. Guys, do you think this will cause Ethan's community to self-reflect? I don't think so. I'm joking. Of course not.
Happened on October 7th. And AOC, you're right, and Bernie Sanders sitting down with him. A Democrat from New York, Congressman Richie Torres, actually wrote a letter to the companies that host his podcast. And he said he's an apologist for October 7th, but also he's anti-American and an apologist for 9/11. That
Dude. Think about Richie Torres, who's supposed to be a progressive. You're a YouTuber podcaster now. I mean, I do have a YouTube. I do have a podcast. You've covered more news in the clip they showed than they are. Oh my God, you're right. I didn't even think about that.
coming from a New York Democrat sitting member of Congress. So as this is now, as he's being hailed as the hero, for Democrats, just look into the things that are coming out of his own mouth and what other people in his party are saying about him.
You know, Conch, it's just so striking how people will just become so enamored with someone no matter what they say, no matter what they do.
Yeah, like Luigi Mangione, right? Who's raised more than $500,000 as a GoFundMe page, a guy who shot a father of two in the back about 5 blocks north of here in New York City. When I hear about this guy as a very popular podcaster, I don't doubt it, but he is appealing to a very far left part of the Democratic Party. A guy like Joe Rogan brings in people from all sorts of ideological stripes.
Yeah, if I didn't actually bring in people from all different sorts of ideological stripes and actually actively change their minds and not become a funnel like Joe Rogan is for the He's a funnel for the Republican Party. I am not a funnel for the Democrats, no matter how much the far left radicals, the actual radicals in my community, keep saying I am. You literally went on Theo Vaughn. What the fuck are they talking about? I know. That's what it is. 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 It's like, hey, you're radicalizing people. And I'm radicalizing them away from what this shit is. Ironically enough, I am de-radicalizing people from being right-wing. And hopefully I am de-radicalizing people from being right-wing in the liberal fashion as well.
Was a Democrat for a very long time, once supported Bernie Sanders, and now he's bringing in all sorts of different people, 12 million people a day on his podcast. Look, this guy has said, to Lauren's point, he advocates for violence against Israelis, or at least says it's no big deal. He cheers on...
It's not. All right. If we're just making stuff up, hey, respect. Cutie McBitty, thank you for the 50 gifted subs to a radical Antifa terror operative. Remember, that was the shit that was popping first Trump administration. Now what's popping is we went from radical Antifa to radical Islamist HasanAbi. Oh my God, we're gonna have someone in mainstream media call me HasanAbi by accident. Oh my God. Now that's defamation. Oh, whatever. No, you guys are fucking crazy. No, dude. No, I am a fucking public figure. You guys are delusional. Okay? Unless they say something so insane with actual malicious, provable malicious intent, which the editorial team of Fox News is not going to make that mistake. Okay? Even if I had him dead to rights with defamation, like I might have Ethan with his own acknowledgement, why the fuck is every one of my Amerifats in the audience literally constantly talking about litigation, bro? Oh my God, we do need tort reform in this country. Holy shit, I'm becoming a fucking reactionary conservative. Unironically, what is this? Why are we the most litigious nation on the planet, dude? Every American goes, oh, my burger? Oh, my burger. This guy said something mean about you. Time to sue. Calm down, man. Holy shit. This actually is something that I'm realizing. I feel like I'm not as litigious as the average. I'm not as litigious as the average American is, I think.
Islamic terrorist. He's a guy who says if you're pro-Israel, therefore you're a neo-Nazi. And what does the New York Times do?
I mean, yeah, thank you for saying that, because I do believe that. Yes, I think that if you're a Zionist, then yeah, you believe in a fascist ideology. Why does that offend you? Maybe you should, I don't know, re-examine that. Maybe you should think about that a little bit.
It writes a glowing puff piece on this guy. I mean, an AOC, to your point, Bernie Sanders as a Jew sits down with this person after that. That's unbelievable. And AOC, that's not surprising because she's...
Yeah, wow. That's unbelievable. Bernie Sanders as a Jew, how dare you sit down with someone who might disagree with you on the issue of Israel to a certain degree, but still understands the importance of building solidarity amongst the working class as one of the only games in town in terms of being able to translate working class messaging and agitative propaganda to a broad audience of Americans who are completely deluded to class politics. How could that happen? Wow. Dude, something that I always find very funny, and I've mentioned this before, is the proclivity of Christian Zionists to call out Jewish people in a way where they literally act like they are more Jewish than the Jewish person. it's like it almost, I guess, gives them permission to be hateful and anti-Semitic. I see WASPs doing this shit all the fucking time. What comes to mind immediately is Missouri's very own Josh Hawley telling a liberal Zionist from Next, an organization that literally is an organization that in and of itself is not particularly anti-Israel, okay? It literally is pro-Israel. It's a pro-Israel organization. Telling a liberal Zionist Jewish man wearing a fucking IDF badge on his chest that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about dealing with anti-Semitism. He's like, how dare you, Jew, respond to me, a Christian man, about how I should be dealing with anti-Semitism. I will fight anti-Semitism better than you, Jew. Get out of my face. Like, it's pretty nutty. American WASPs that are pro-Israel literally think they are the Pope of the Jews, okay? Not any Jewish person. Just they are the real arbiters of or designators of who is true to the faith and who isn't. Yeah, this was what I was talking
asked about an investigation for failing to protect Jewish students, and you said that's
but
just
this isn't who I'm
weaponizing anti-Semitism. It makes
is,
students less safe.
It is when the
I think that's
Department
crazy.
No. This is the guy. This is a different guy. This is the guy who actually wrote the IHRA definition, who is literally doing this congressional, which makes it even funnier, I guess. This is the guy who wrote the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which ties it back to Israel. Okay? Like, criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. Now, what's funny about this is that he regretted it because then people started using it for legislation. And he was like, hold on. Don't do that, because that would mean, a lot of like valid criticisms of Israel will be used as anti-Semitic, and people will go to jail for criticizing Israel. I didn't mean that. I did not mean that at all. Which ironically has been weaponized to no end in places where that definition has been adopted, like the Eurocuck nations. Okay? He was like, I just wrote this. I didn't think you were going to use it as legislation. Please don't do that. He spent the rest of his life after writing the definition trying to get people to not fucking use it as a vehicle to punish people for free speech. Now, that also is funny, though. It's funny that Josh Hawley is telling this guy who wrote the IHRA definition to not tell him. Didn't Ethan say something big was coming about you yesterday? He might have had something to do with this? No, dude. What? I don't think he said that. But I don't think he has any say in this. This is just because the New York Times wrote a profile on me. He did say that? No, it was probably Saltman who said it. He's the one who's like constantly fucking agitating to try to get the Hasbro network. Fringe Games, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Listen, all of this is happening not because I'm not because like Dan Saltman actively pushed for it. I'm sure he's trying. I'm sure he's trying to push for it to the best of his ability. But the real reason, those were his clips, so someone had something to do with it. No, the real reason why this is happening is because it worked out. It worked out perfectly as far as all of the subsequent anti-Hasan media hits that are going to come out. There's still more to come for sure. Like, I know there's still, you gotta wait. New York Post already wrote one. They might write a second one. There's going to be, there's most likely going to be more from, there's going to be more coming out. Daily Wire, Daily Mail. I'm surprised they haven't written one yet. Daily Mail was like the first to come out and be like, Hasan wants baby settlers to die. He said baby settlers need to be killed. But yeah. Oh, this is what I was referring to. Yeah. This is the actual one I was talking
Here
about.
on a student visa. If you're going to commit acts of violence against Jewish students, Jewish Americans, or foreign Jewish students, whomever, we're going to revoke your visa. I mean, you're going home.
So I think on that issue itself.
This is Kevin Racklin, okay? He works for a Zionist organization. And as a liberal Zionist who he still very much loves Israel, he has the fucking IDF dog tag on his chest. He is trying to explain to Josh Hawley that maybe they shouldn't deport people. Maybe they shouldn't deport people because that's a bridge too far and maybe a little too close to Nazi stuff. Okay?
Sorry, I'm trying to think now. It's not, when you're talking about acts of violence and you're talking about actually breaking U.S. law towards students, that is criminal. That should be done through the Justice Department. When we're talking about deportation, that's immigration. So if there is a criminal investigation that leads to deportation, I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Well, I'm talking about student visas. They're here on visas. They're here on particular.
Doing that.
Well, sure, but why don't we write into the process a condition of the visa that if you assault a Jewish student on campus, you're out of here. You're gone.
If it was written in the statute and if it was broad enough to be not just be for Jews, but for all people that have experienced discrimination, regardless of who they are, I think that we should look at that. But I think until that is in law, what I'm basing this on is what the current statute says and what currently is being done.
Well, listen, I guess I don't understand the hesitation here at all. To me, this is an easy call, and
he's like, "Shut up! I know better than you."
Urged the current Secretary of State, Secretary Rubio, to do this. I think he's got the authority to do it. My position is it would send an incredibly clear message. If you come to this country on a student visa, you are here as a guest of the United States for particular purposes. If you assault a Jewish student on campus, you ought to be out of here. And we ought to make it clear to people we are not going to tolerate it. We're not going to tolerate it. For any reason. Can I just ask you why I have you here, Mr. Permit?
I mean, he ripped into way more, but
he's the same lawmaker who was against the Iron Dome that has saved countless lives in Israel. She didn't want that thing to continue. And if that didn't continue, we're talking about a much different situation in Israel right now.
You know, a guy.
I mean, to be fair, if the Iron Dome didn't exist, Israel probably would not be remotely as violent as it gets to be right now. Like, that's just the truth. You know what I mean? Yeah, if they actually were to ever experience repercussions from their genocidal ambitions, like, they would not do that. And this is perhaps best demonstrated by their retaliation towards Iran. Their retaliation towards Iran, which has the capacity to penetrate the Iron Dome, as they demonstrated, was infinitely more restrained than what they've done to the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, they belligerently occupy. As a matter of fact, they unironically kept punishing the Gazans, punishing the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip over and over again whenever they felt like they didn't, whenever they felt like they were getting attacked from anyone else. It is a weak country at the end of the day. It is a cowardly country at the end of the day that turns around and attacks people that they have made the most vulnerable.
And then this attempt to try to become the next Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is Joe Rogan because he's Joe Rogan. He's himself. He's authentic. And I think that's what's missing here when you look at all these Democrats who are trying to figure out how to be the next Joe Rogan, because you can't do that. Yeah, and
what Joe Concha just said is true. Joe Rogan is not some fire-breathing right-winger. He might seem that way in comparison to Hasan Piker. He's drifted maybe rightward because of the insanity of the left. Now, I thought the premise of this whole thing is that Hasan Piker is perfect for the manosphere and go get those male voters back. If that's what the Democrats want, a bunch of anti-Semitic Hamas supporters, that's one proposition. But all the clips we played of people...
Bro, wouldn't they say that the Democrats are already anti-Semitic Hamas supporters? I don't understand. In that sense, considering that 80% of the Democrats' base of support already has an unfavorable view of Israel, and if anyone has unfavorable opinions of Israel, they're a Hamas supporter and a terrorist. then I'm closer to the fucking Democratic Party's base than any number of these different people are. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make sense. So how do you look at the actual polling? I'm closer to the fucking Republicans, especially under the age of 35, with my fucking perspective on Israel than these guys are. I'm closer to Joe Rogan on my opinions on Israel than these guys are. These guys are still holding on to the old hat method of just being like, nope, unconditional support to Israel, please. How dare you? How dare you say anything else?
Swooning were, I noticed, women, right? Who seemed enamored of him for, I can't imagine why. They love how smart he is. I'm sure that's the number one reason. One more point from AOC saying, oh, there's all this money coming in to conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
It's true. Israel is quite literally, Israel openly admitted that they are spending 10 times more money on Hasbara operations in the West this year to try and get ahead of all of the anti-Israel sentiment that they are seeing in the West. They are doing this. Why is it anti-Semitic to say what Israel has openly said? This is so stupid. It's only anti-Semitic if you say Israel is doing this for Jews, to protect Jews. Ironically, they are being anti-Semitic. Israel has to do Hasbara operations to whitewash their genocide in an effort to protect the Jews is an anti-Semitic statement. But we finally arrived at Fox News also talking about how fucking hot I am.
I am sorry. After October 7th, this is not about criticism of Israel or the Israeli government. The people that we're talking about, like Mahmoud Khalil and Hasan Piker, they chant elimination.
Dude. Mahmoud Khalil, come on. That's crazy. Like, he is a fucking hero, brother. That is crazy. To make this comparison, I am not worthy, okay? I am not worthy of this comparison. That's insane. Dude, no. Until I also go to jail, you know, I don't think that a comparison with myself and someone like Mahmoud Khalil is apt.
Genocidal slogans about the Jewish state. They talk about intifada glowingly. They support Hamas, a genocidal terrorist group with American blood on their hands. It is a fallacy to pretend, oh, we can't criticize the government of Israel. That is not the issue here. These people know that. They just lie constantly.
At least the nickname fits. Piker. Yeah,
I don't know what that was.
Piker, this guy.
Fucking old ass.
So, you know, Lauren, I feel like there's been almost a theme here throughout these last hour and a half, and is that the Democrats are still trying to find a direction. They're still trying to find someone. And it's just so surprising, some of the people who are floating to the top.
Did you see, maybe a month ago, Pete Buttigieg went on a podcast, an all-male podcast with a largely...
Yeah, the Trump Department of Justice is an anti-Semite task force, and they're looking for blood. For E to say being called a Zionist was worse is crazy. No, I'm sure he will definitely come to my defense if that does end up happening.
Male audience, and the first thing I noticed, and I thought it was just me because I pick up on these little things, I'm like, oh, he looks different. He had a beard. And then going into the podcast, he said a curse word. And I was like, what happened to Pete Buttigieg? They're trying to portray this manly image because they realize they lost a lot of young voters, specifically young men voters, and they're trying to bring them back by bringing manly back again. But I'm not sure this is how you do it.
It's contrived. It's so contrived.
I will say the Big Weekend Show did reach out to Hasan Piker for a comment, and he has not yet responded.
Wait, what? No, they didn't. Hey, yo. What the hell? I don't know why they said that. But yeah, look, Hasbara op is fully in action. More. Question, you support terrorism. Hasan Piker's response, I don't support the state of Israel and I don't support the United States of America. Literally doesn't matter. He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no what you support terrorism, question mark. No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel and I don't support the state of the United States of America. Hell yeah. He has multiple posts like Richie Torres did. Yeah. When you see the common chirpers getting agitated, know that like information is passed around. You know what I mean? Like they got their notes. They got their marching orders. The more you are hated, the more your messages spread. Yeah. Israel is doing a genocide with United States support. I'm sorry that people don't like you. Maybe you should. Not one clip of you gaming on their piece. Oh, God. Is this actually dangerous for your livelihood? Like, is it possible this reporting could land you in jail? Who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe. I feel like there's no bad press when you're historically on the right side. I mean, there's definitely bad press. Like, can we auto mod sue them, chatters? No. H3 fans will unironically see the Fox News using the same clips and language and won't self-reflect. No, they won't. Yeah, the only reason why I'm worried is because, yeah, this kind of stuff.
Coming up, as some Democrats continue their fight.
This kind of stuff could potentially reach a higher office because they do love watching Fox News. You know what I mean? I'm a Palestinian that lives in Israel proper and it's bad. Crime gangs are ravaging throughout our communities. Look, homicide rates in Arab communities versus Jewish ones, and Israel doesn't do anything about it. Yeah. Is there a reason why you say Israel is... Am I incorrect that you're superhuman? I'd be in a puddle of tears and anxiety via Fox News comment to my very positively intended, justice-driven actions. Like, genuine question, are you in therapy? No. Or do you have someone that helps you process this? No. I've only been able to conclude superhuman abilities? No. I am very stubborn, though. I am very, very stubborn. And I think that's what it is for the most part. But yeah, as far as I know, I was not contacted by Fox News to respond for a comment because that one I would have responded to because it's funny. if I knew. Because, like, I won't respond to, like, obvious hit pieces from Hosborough papers like New York Post or whatever. But if it's Fox News on the timeline, like, if I knew that it was gonna be on video, I would have tried to go on. You know? They 100% reached out to a fan channel? Maybe. I'm a fan of Fox News, dude. It'd be an honor. It would be a freaking honor. I will say, never in my experience, like in my life, in my career, I've been pressed and pressed hard, okay? Super hard. I've been under constant threat, doxing, swatting, harassment campaigns, hit pieces. But I will say, most of the time, those hit pieces stay on the right-wing orbit and doesn't have like any sort of serious motion. But I will tell you this much. There's only one group that has like at least some semblance of institutional legitimacy, institutional motion, that is wild enough to go after someone with the same severity as like my cyber stalkers, and that is the pro-Israeli advocacy groups. And they do actually have motion. Like they do have the capacity to get press. And it's not an accident that when I get written up about in the New York Times that there's a bunch of hit pieces that come out, and I'm sure many will come out even after today. But the reason why is because like if my haters in the past tried to go to like anti-white racism, the anti-white racism route, the only place where they can get motion is like brigading LSF. But now they can actually brigade the ADL. And the ADL will, and other pro-Israel advocacy groups will excitedly engage in the same kind of operations. Because like Canary Mission and all of these other subsequent pro-Israeli organizations that are tasked with like doxing people and getting them fired are a sophisticated network that has existed for many, many years. Okay? They've been operating inside of U.S. borders and trying to, and actively getting people fired for many, many years. Was debate a mistake? There was too many posts from people saying they never want to listen to YouTube/streamers about major topics/news. Yeah, I don't really care if they say that. If they think that like, you know, I am also I'm also my advocacy and my coverage is also similar to someone talking about like a bleach sword as a indication of anti-Semitism, then there's not much I can do. I think for the most part, people that don't listen to the news are saying that. Do you think he has nothing to do with this? No, I don't think Ethan has anything to do with this, chatter. You're giving him too much credit. No. I think I think the biggest reason why this happened is because of the New York Times puff piece. Because when stuff like that happens, the pro-Israel advocacy orgs will do everything they can to pollute the SEO. Do you see what I'm saying? So that like when my name gets brought up, the first shit that comes up is like always mean and nasty and awful things that present me in a bad light. What is SEO? Search engine optimization. But yeah, I mean the Fox News bit wasn't that bad. Do you regret doing the New York Times piece? No. I wouldn't say he has nothing to do with it. He's part of the environment that paints you as an anti-Semite, and they use this story. Sure, he wasn't personally involved in this piece, but he's a part of the larger campaign. No, absolutely. But I'm not going to give him credit for like moving mountains. You know what I mean? He's just a piece of the puzzle. Are you okay, King? Yes, I am okay. I'm surprised they didn't say you supported 9/11. No, they did. They did. It is always funny though to see like the so-called free speech advocates going, oh, there's a guy right here. Bro, how is this man still on Twitch? I've seen people be banned for less. Nice, dude. Yeah, they did compare me to Luigi Mangione, which was kind of crazy.
Just so striking how people will just become so enamored with someone no matter what they say, no matter what they do.
Yeah, like Luigi Mangione, right? Who's raised more than $500,000 as a GoFundMe page. A guy who shot a father of two in the back about 5 blocks north of here in New York City. When I hear about this guy as a very popular podcaster, I don't doubt it, but he is...
Conch, it's just so striking how people will just become so enamored with someone.
Did you see the Fetterman airplane tantrum? I feel like the stroke actually broke his brain. Oh my God. They should be talking about the other fundraiser going on. Oh, I forgot to mention that. There's a fundraiser going on right now that's popping on Twitter, and it is probably the newest depth of depravity. One that I did not think we would ever... I mean, I thought that we would inevitably approach, but who knows? There's the Fetterman article that I want to read, but also, I'm going to talk about this fundraiser, chat. It's crazy. There's a lady who apparently, where is it? Bro, that shit is so sad about Feder. I mean, yeah, here. This is Caroline's tweet about it. But using a Studio Ghibli chat GPT pig in a tweet defending a white woman who raised hundreds of thousands of dollars after she called a 5-year-old black child the N-word. First Amendment is supposed to protect all speech, they say. And yes, the story is fucking crazy. This lady walks up, this crackhead ass lady walks up to like a 5-year-old, I think disabled. Where do we have the actual? I need to fucking to cover this. Is autistic. Okay, 5-year-old autistic. Hold on. This is 46
all by
minutes
himself. John Fetterman insists he is in good health, but staffers past and present say they no longer recognize the man they once knew. Written by Ben Terrace.
I gotta pee.
When John Fetterman was released from Walter Reed Hospital in March 2023, Adam Gentleson, then his chief of staff, was proud of his boss for seeking help for what the senator's office and his doctor had said was a case of clinical depression. His 6 weeks of inpatient care had been the latest medical setback for the Pennsylvania Democrat, who had had a stroke mere months before being elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022, nearly derailing his campaign against Republican Mehmet Oz. But a year after his release from the hospital, Fetterman's behavior had so alarmed Gentleson that he resigned his position. In May 2024, he wrote an urgent letter to David Williamson, the medical director of the Traumatic Brain Injury and Neuropsychiatry Unit at Walter Reed, who had overseen Fetterman's care at the hospital. "I think John is on a bad trajectory and I'm really worried about him," the email began. If things didn't change, Gentleson continued, he was concerned Fetterman won't be with us for much longer. His 1,600-word email came with the subject line, "Concerns," and it contained a list of them, from the seemingly mundane, he eats fast food multiple times a day, to the scary, we do not know if he is taking his meds, and his behavior frequently suggests he is not. "We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed," Gentleson wrote, conspiratorial thinking, megalomania. For example, he claims to be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news. He declines most briefings and never reads memos. High highs and low lows. Long, rambling, repetitive, and self-centered monologues. Lying in ways that are painfully, awkwardly obvious to everyone in the room. Fetterman was, according to Gentleson, avoiding the regular checkups advised by his doctors. He was preoccupied with the social media platform X, which he'd previously admitted had been a major accelerant of his depression. He drove his car so recklessly, Gentleson said, that staff refused to ride with him. He had also bought a gun. He says he has a biometric safe and takes all the necessary precautions.
Oh, no.
And living where he does, I understand.
Oh, no, bro. Oh, no. He has a gun? Uh-oh. I hope this story doesn't get weird or scary. Probably not the type of guy that you would want having a gun, considering that his brain processes are, his brain capacity is not great.
And the desire for personal protection, Gentleson wrote, referring to Fetterman's rough and tumble town of Braddock, Pennsylvania. But this is one of the things you said to flag, so I am flagging. Another red flag, Gentleson added, every person who was supposed to help him stay on his recovery plan has been pushed out. Fetterman was isolated.
I do have to give Felix Biederman his flowers here. Okay, friend of the show, Felix Biederman, who often gets me in trouble whenever I repeat his takes. Felix Biederman has an ongoing bit about John Fetterman that turns out wasn't a bit at all. And it turns out it was just this article talking about what he did because he was worried his son's birthday would overshadow him. Okay. And it is crazy because this article all but confirms, it does. It basically confirms his bit. It turns out every Felix joke about Fetterman was underselling the situation. This sounds so much like Kanye, it's crazy. Bro, it also kind of sounds like Ethan. There is I'm not kidding. There is a real phenomena of people in the public eye that just have very open meltdowns, whether it's because of a nitrous addiction or whether it's because of a severe debilitating stroke. Or I guess when your malignant narcissism finally reaches its apex point. What was the bit? Don't worry about it. I don't know. Maybe it's COVID-19. Who knows?
Had damaged personal relationships and was shedding staff. The turmoil in his office continued over the following year. Since winning election in 2022, he has lost his closest advisors, including 3 of his top spokespeople, his legislative director, and Gentleson. His circle of trust has shrunk, and people I spoke with made it clear that they expect more staffers to depart.
Yeah, also there's this footage of John Fetterman getting into an issue with a commercial. John Fetterman arguing with a commercial airline pilot about wearing a seatbelt.
Is your seatbelt on? Yes, it is. Okay, it needs to be visible for the crew at all times. That's not on. That's not an us thing. That's a federal regulation. So it's okay. It's okay. I put my seatbelt on and I haven't.
Bro, look at the pilot babying the ogre, dude. He's like, it's okay. It's okay, gentle baby. It's okay. Please, Lenny, put the rabbit down. Lenny, put the rabbit down, Lenny. Rabbits are not pets to be killed. It's not food. Put the rabbit down. Crash the whip like I'm Fetterman. Wife wish for a better man. Son's birthday, I got a better plan. On the E-Way reading Reddit. Damn. Oh. I'm sorry, bro. This just ain't it. This is fire.
Okay, it's okay, but it just has to be visible to the crew at all times. It's a federal regulation, so if your seatbelt's on, it just has to be visible, and right now it's not visible. We have an extender if you'd like that. It'll make it bigger so it can go outside of your sweatshirt. Would that work? Sir, if you want to go to Pittsburgh, it's simple. You have to follow our instructions, or you're going to ask to get off the airplane. We're not asking much. All that we need is to be able to see your seatbelt at all times. I've been flying for 30 years. I've never experienced this. I'm not sure what's okay, what's a federal regulation? So if I don't make you do it, then I get in trouble, and I don't want to get in trouble because I like my job.
This may be a controversial take as an American citizen, but I simply could not imagine giving a flight staff a hard time over anything. I mean, if there's a person who's going to have a hard time communicating with anybody, flight staff or not, it's going to be John Fetterman.
When Fetterman first caught the attention of the national press, journalists wrote about him like he was a benevolent ogre crossed with a folk hero. More specifically, that's how I wrote about him. This is the take.
This was funny because I like some people are claiming that this was about Ethan. I don't think it was. I think it was about Fetterman. Y'all are fucking wrong, dude.
Tale of Big John Fetterman, the giant who lives in an abandoned car dealership beside a steel mill. My 2018 profile in the Washington Post began. He's 6'8", arms covered in ink, head as bald as a wrecking ball. At the time, Fetterman was mayor of Braddock, which looked a lot like the left-behind corners of the country that had...
Oh my God, I found a non-problematic version of Twitcher terrorist. Like, if I were to do one for Ethan and he couldn't even say it's anti-Semitic, because, like, if I were to do, like, I don't know, Ethan or Hosberist or Ethan or Nazi or whatever, he would, like, yell about that. But I just realized you could very easily put together a video game, Twitch or terrorist style, Ethan Klein or John Fetterman. Bro, you were just on Fox News. Calm down. What do you mean? What? Yeah, you could do a Ethan Klein or John Fetterman. Ethan Klein or Bush administration neocon politician. Literally. E or Fetterman.
Flocked to Donald Trump. He was running for lieutenant governor of the state, and it was easy to see his appeal. He was a bit introverted and curmudgeonly, but funny.
Have you heard about the grooming gangs and gang rapes of children in England allegedly being covered up so as to not upset the Muslim communities in certain states? What's your take on it? I remember reading into it a little bit. Didn't the findings actually show that it was overwhelmingly white men that were engaging in grooming? And that really frustrated people? Yeah. Pretty sure it was the white British people that were responsible for it with overwhelming frequency. Also, I mean, if you want to talk about a fucking grooming gang, how about the royal family, you know? Goddamn. Or Russell Brand. Or the Tories. I guess also the Reform Party now. Classic oi, bruv. But then again, I don't know. I'm not super familiar. Maybe you think the most prolific pedophile of all time, Jimmy Savile, is a Pakistani or something. I don't know. Because like he single-handedly makes up the overwhelming majority of sexual assaults committed. Do you think Jimmy Savile is of Pakistani origin? Is that the argument that you're making? Oops. Got banned. Shit, mate. Fucking hell. Can't even get a cup of tea around these parts. Fucking hell. This guy doesn't care about the fucking First Amendment, yeah? At least our schools are not a fucking shooting gallery. Fucking hell. What are you doing? By the way, Fizz totally clapped him and then blamed the lake. That's crazy. You know I can see your mod enforcement, right? Like I saw you banning him in real time and then you blame another mod. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, throw him under the bus. All right, then. Let's get back to John Fetterman.
Smart
right?
and passionate about the fate of communities like Braddock, tattooing the date of each murder that occurred in the town during his tenure on his arm. Endorsed by Bernie Sanders, but also sympathetic to fracking and other positions that cut against the progressive grain, he cruised to victory that year. The stroke in 2022 made it difficult for Fetterman to communicate, which was painfully evident in his one televised debate with Oz. As Republicans piled on with claims that Fetterman was incapable of doing the job, Democrats rallied to his defense and confidently predicted he would still be fit to serve. Now, even though he requires the help of captioning on an iPhone to deal with an auditory processing impediment, he remains a promising politician, at least to casual observers. He still exudes an elusive sense of authenticity, someone who can chop it up with manosphere chieftains like Joe Rogan while maintaining his strong stance on trans rights. A recent poll from Morning Consult found that his overall popularity is on the rise, with 50% of respondents approving of the job he is doing against just 35% who don't. With the Democratic Party out of power and fighting with itself about how to move forward, it would be easy to imagine
I really thought he would like be a soft. On Israel, there were warning signs for sure, and people saw them. I genuinely thought he was just trying to like get like AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel off his ass. This is one of my worst calls for sure. Like absolutely one of my worst calls. But to be fair, I did not know that, he would. I say that conservatism is brain damage, but I never really saw it happen in real time. Like, this entire article is about how he unironically became a reactionary charlatan due to the stroke, which he has openly demonstrated. himself. He has openly admitted to himself on the Bill Maher show, if you remember. He's like, oh, God, the stroke made me see the future. It made me definitely a little bit different in the way I see the world. Like, it is crazy, man. It's crazy that, like, did Mark hit you up to hoop today? He did, but I was streaming, and it's really far away, so I couldn't actually go all the way out there to hoop because I'm too busy streaming. I do find it crazy. That, like, we have living, breathing proof that if you get a stroke, you could unironically become conservative through brain damage. Oh, here's a couple activists.
So that Israel has the right to kill people? You still think Israel has a right to defend itself still? When is enough, Senator?
I don't know why you're harassing me.
That's not harassment. You're a senator, right?
I saw you coming and I assumed you were going to come over. And
I mean, you work for the people, right? You're in these halls for the people.
I'm just sitting here on a bench.
Right. And my people are being slaughtered because of your votes and the money that you sent to Israel and your complicity in genocide. You have nothing to say about that? Over 100,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered. How do you...
It's kind of funny. He's just like sitting on that bench like a kid in detention. Yeah, he openly admitted that he was more open. Yeah, John Fetterman brags that brain damage made him abandon progressives. Like, he straight up said that. It's not a joke. During an appearance on Real Time with Bill Maher, Senator John Fetterman credited his near-fatal stroke with making him a conservative darling, describing as freeing. There's a line from first Batman. I feel like Batman or Halo. Never mind, that was another brain damage conservative. Joker, he's like, I've already been dead once already. It's very liberating, Fetterman told Maher on Friday. That's not reckless. That's just freeing. It's just freeing in a way. And I just think after beating all that, I just really want to be able to say the things that I have to really believe in and not be afraid of it if there's any kind of blowback. I'm just like the Joker. His mental health journey while he's fiercely making figure eights like a Roomba with water damage, standing tall while he sits and mumbles, I'm just on a bit of bench. We need more of his brand of politics. Like, we didn't just have Feinstein and Biden. I don't understand. I actually don't understand why he's alone sitting on a bench. Like, this looks like something he filmed or something. Like, am I crazy for assuming he's being blackmailed by bad actors? No, dude, he got brain damage and it made him conservative. Okay? What kind of blackmail do you think is going to cause him to be like, my wife is an undocumented immigrant, but I think she should be deported? Like, what? Do you think that someone is also blackmailing him to say that? Because yes, by the way, John Fetterman's wife literally was an undocumented migrant, okay? And now he's against undocumented immigrants in the country.
How do you sleep at night, Senator? Seriously.
Oh my God, another mark for my wife is a terrorist, guys.
How do you sleep at night? Do you not see the videos and the just the children that are being slaughtered out there?
I don't have anything to say.
You don't have anything to say? Of course not.
I'm just sitting on a bench.
Because
I'm
AIPAC
not sure.
pays you way too much money to say anything, to be a human being. Yeah. What a shame. What a shame.
Yeah, Fetterman's wife actually objected to his horrifying stance on Gaza. Weeks after the attack, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer present, they got into a heated argument. They're bombing refugee camps. How can you support this? The staffer recalled, her saying with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Later, a still visibly upset Giselle pulled the staffer aside. She asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take these stances for political reasons. The staffer told her that the opposite was true. Many of them were as upset as she was. If you're pushing back on this, there's no hope, the staffer recalled her saying. This is horrible news. A few days later, Giselle texted a different staffer. I am at a breaking point, and I can't co-sign this any longer. I'd love some help in language to separate myself from this. Can anyone help me? Yeah, she was trying to hide in the meeting where Fetterman was like, "Come on, we're gonna meet my favorite guy." And the fucking and he got the beeper. Oh God.
It's like 1/10 the weight. It's nothing. Yeah, but it changes history.
You know, when that story that story broke,
yeah,
and I was like, oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh,
And
I
now
love
it's like,
it.
thank you for this. Yeah, no.
I love it. I love when you do terrorism, sir. It's so good. I hope this one blows up if I'm being bad.
Thank you.
I won't have to worry about it because I will never be bad to you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to get a King Kong situation with Reddit Man and his wife on top of the Capitol building. Reddit Man. John Redditman. It's crazy because he outflanks, obviously, the entirety of the Democratic Party on this. Everyone in the base. But he also outflanks Republicans on this. Like, wait, they gave him an actual beaver? Yeah, they gave one to Trump, too. I like to think that they gave those to be like, you know, don't speak out of turn. If you think Donald Trump did not get that beeper checked, okay, I know Donald Trump got that beeper checked. There's no way that Secret Service detail did not look up and down and scan the fuck out of that beeper to make sure that there wasn't a goddamn, at least like a spying tool in it. Wouldn't be the first time, by the way, that Israel has spied on Americans in Congress. Yeah, no, this is the one that Donald Trump got. The President Donald J. Trump, our greatest friend and greatest ally. Do you think Joe Biden is sad he didn't get a beeper? I actually, never mind. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Why'd you give me this? Where's Menahem Bain? That's the one I like. Where's Golda Meir? That young fox. I used to grab her by the small of the back and say, Golda, you're a real one, darling. You're a real one, sugar tits. Real foxy lady. Watch me. Watch me.
A Fetterman 2028 machine kicking into gear. Instead, many of his former staffers are hoping it never happens. Part of the tragedy here is that this is a man who could be leading Democrats out of the wilderness, Gentleson said, but I also think he's struggling in a way that shouldn't be hidden from the public. Gentleson is a longtime Washington operator.
Isn't he the chief
He's worked
villain?
for a liberal think tank and written...
Gentleson is like the actual arch villain here that's like basically puppeteering him. And this is his exit ramp after commandeering John Fetterman like a human flesh mecha. He's just like, I can't wait to go to Congress and vote for the next bill that gives $7 billion to Israel. Yeah, Gentleson was retweeting IDF press statements and claiming that 90% of America was basically as right-wing as his idiot boss when he was in Fetterman's office. He knew Fetterman was completely fried, but he still adopted all his new positions out of careerist instincts. I think Gentleson is just trying to save his ass here, but the idea of him going, oh no, the man we knew is completely gone. His personality, sense of right and wrong, is being warped irreversibly, and he nailed it on immigration in Gaza is killing me. I will say this. Not many people could midwife an article like this that's supposed to grant them total moral and professional exoneration and still come off so slimy and untrustworthy. If I was your dad, I'd be sending you $10,000 a month. You rock. It's so funny. Anyone is taking him seriously about this. Maybe Fetterman is just a Gen X asshole. Before I say this, I want to clarify that I think Bernie has absolutely disgraced himself over the past 5 years and has especially disgraced himself with his right to defend himself shit at the rallies. But you know, there was a reason why the Bernie people kept Fetterman. I mean, the whole article is just, look at how great this guy is, except he's so troubled. Breathy whisper, he's bad. But just hear me out. If we could fix him. Yeah, John Fetterman is the Joe Rogan of the left. Oh, man. Yeah, Felix means kept him at a distance. Sorry. He's saying that, like, the Bernie teams basically distanced themselves from John Fetterman when they realized after the brain damage that he'd become this, like, reactionary monster. If you notice, like, a lot of the progressive Dems that align with him actively, okay, organized around him actively, basically went radio silent. Now, even though he requires the help of captioning on an iPhone to deal with auditory processing impediment, he remains a promising politician, at least to casual observers. No, he doesn't. He does not remain. Dude, you were kind of supporting him back in the day? No, I was. I know I was. I was trying to fucking white knuckle through the whole auditory processing thing. For sure. I already recognize. No, I was like, please, just, it's probably nothing. All the Israel stuff were warning signs there for sure. But first of all, there were people who immediately wrote him off with the Israel shit. Okay. I will admit I was not one of them because I thought, he's just trying to get AIPAC and, Democratic majority for Israel off his back. He'll probably at worst be like a squishy lib that will vote, I don't know, to give Israel more money for self-defense, but then we'll, maybe every now and then call out Israel when it steps out of line. Like the average Democrat that's like a little bit aligned away from the center, like more progressive than the center. But after this shit, after his brain disease post October 7, he went crazy. Like I'm telling you, bro, he fucking outflanked. No, not even like AOC. He would have been worse than AOC. AOC, for all the shit that she receives, is, with the exception of they're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, is unironically one of the best congresspersons on this, which isn't saying much, I know. But she's not Ilhan Omar. She's not Rashida Tlaib, but she's as close to them as possible. With the one very notable exception of like making the perhaps most making the perhaps most suicidal career decision of associating with the dying wing of the Brandon Kratz. Was this big stroke before or after? No. It was before October 7, but he didn't like chirp like this. He's gotten increasingly worse post October 7. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious that he only wore a suit to Congress when Netanyahu came to speak, not even when Biden or Trump did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is... I mean, we know he's not a man anymore, okay? He is not a coherent, like an actual human being with cognitive function. He's just like a walking flesh mecha. AOC was lying about that, though? No, I know. Did I say AOC wasn't lying about working tirelessly around a ceasefire? I fucking criticized her when she said that back then. What do you mean? He still exudes an elusive sense of authenticity, someone who can chop it up with manosphere chieftains like Joe Rogan. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. While maintaining a strong stance on trans rights. A recent poll from Morning Consult found that his overall popularity is on the rise, with 50% of respondents approving the job he's doing, against just 35% who don't. With the Democrat Party out of power and fighting with itself about how to move forward, it would be easy to imagine Fetterman 2028 machine kicking into gear. No, it does not. Actually, it does, but not in the way that this article presents it. I'll be real. It does seem like the dumbass decision that the Democratic Party would do. They're like, hey, listen, last time we won an election, we had someone who had significant, debilitating mental issues. His name was Joe Brandon. Maybe we need another Brandon. And this time he will be a Brandonian style politician, but younger. Okay? We like the way he walks. We like the way he barely talks. We like the way he loves Israel. Welcome back, Brandon 2.
In a book about the filibuster. He and I first met back when he worked for Harry Reid, then the Democratic leader of the Senate, and later we became friends. Gentleson continues to believe broadly in the Fetterman Project, that Democrats would benefit from punching left more often, and that voters crave a heterodox candidate willing to stick a thumb in the eye of his own party. He says his disagreements with Fetterman are by and large not political, but rather an expression of genuine worry for Fetterman's well-being. He told me he hadn't gone public with his concerns earlier because he had hoped Fetterman could correct course. I believed in John's ability to work through struggles that lots of Americans share, he said. He's not locked into a downward trajectory. He could get back in treatment at any time, and for a long time I held out hope that he would. But it's just been too long now, and things keep getting worse.
There's no way to speed it up.
He's not the only one who is uneasy. Former and current staffers paint a picture of an erratic senator who has become almost impossible to work for, and whose mental health situation is more serious and complicated than previously reported. No one is saying every controversial position, for example, his respectful relationship with Trump, stems from his mental health, but it's become harder for them to tell which ones do.
This is an insane thing. Dude, what is up with this fucking party, man? Even the young talent also operates like the geriatrics. We are so comfortable with morons and people whose brains simply don't work as a direct consequence of their fucking age, that like this kind of reporting still has an air about it where it's like, well, you know, yeah, he's fucking mentally handicapped in a way that actually implies that he should not be behind the wheel of a vehicle. But I think it'll be fine to present him as the future of the party. You say, but civility. But he doesn't even have civility. He's uncivil. Yeah, let's give him the nuclear launch codes so we can finally trigger the nuclear holocaust at the behest of Israel so that I can be rid of all of the fucking mental anguish that I have to experience on a day-to-day basis. Come on, brother. Your ableism is showing. There has never been a moment where I have not been ableist towards people in positions of power. And not ableism in the sense that, like, you know, you're in a wheelchair or something. But mental disabilities, yes. I don't think if you're blind, you shouldn't be able to drive, for example. That's ableist, technically, okay? And if you're mentally disabled, you should not be a politician. But it seems like that's the only type of politician that we fucking have, you know? I'm ageist. I'm ableist. You already know, baby.
When I spoke with Fetterman in April and shared those concerns, he denied anything was amiss. He told me that he felt like the best version of himself and later texted that the staff turnover at his office was typical of Washington. Why is this a story? He asked. Many of the staffers I spoke with are angry. They are troubled, and they are sad. These were some of Fetterman's truest believers, and they now question his fitness to be a senator. They worry he may present a risk to the Democratic Party and maybe even to himself. Almost immediately after winning his 2022 race, Fetterman began to fear that everything would unravel.
Like, it is kind of, okay. The state of affairs as it stands right now is that you have to be a rapist to be a Republican, and you have to be mentally handicapped to be a Democrat. What the fuck is going on? Sometimes you need both to be a Republican. Like, what is going on in this fucking country, man? This is so, I mean, dying empire shit, 100%. What the fuck? It's like, hey, excuse me. It's like joining the police force where they're like, well, we made you do an IQ test and we found out that your IQ points are too high to be rendered eligible to join the ranks of the Democratic Party. Can you please use this metal pan to slam your fucking prefrontal cortex, like your frontal lobe, over and over again until you reflect the mindset of a lobotomy patient? Please. We need to work on this. We need to work on this a little bit. You need to be like Dianne Feinstein, you know, a young 95. Incredible. Demented versus rapist. Coincidentally, D and R. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't stand for Democrat versus Republican. It's demented versus rapist. Kirsten Cinema, despicable hit piece on John Fetterman. I wish I was surprised anyone would publish an obvious vendetta regarding a man's medical journey. What a weird medical stalker. To your former staffer, my advice to you is to do what your parents did. Get a job, sir. It's hard to look at this and be like, I love this country, bro. We're doing so good.
It started, according to two of his former staffers, when Kenneth P. Vogel of the New York Times reached out to Fetterman's team about a donation the campaign had received from a super PAC associated with FTX, the now bankrupt cryptocurrency company started by Sam Bankman-Fried. The Times reported that the PAC had spent $212,000. Context of the mails, he told a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay.
I'm skipping a little bit.
Fetterman was sitting at a table by him.
Because this part is like, it's just boring. Yeah, Fetterman fretted it would end his career in long meetings. Every call would be like an hour with them, convince them. Members of his team told me it was an early sign that something was off with their boss in early February 2023. Oh, yeah, this is the funniest.
The health of California Senator Dianne Feinstein. The 89-year-old Democrat recently returned to Capitol Hill in a 3-month absence due to a bout of shingles. Her office confirms that she's dealing with some serious complications.
What do you mean? She looks perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Look at this, dude. It's so fucked. Oh, no, dude. There's nothing to worry about. What are you guys talking about? What the fuck? You just hate to see a sexy-ass woman have it all? I'm going to hell. How about the people that are propping her up with a fucking stick behind her back? What about the people that are like, no, dude, don't say anything is wrong. There's literally nothing wrong with this. Everything is fine.
The health of California.
Oh my God. Incredible. Fetterman had been indeed sworn in. Members of the Senate gathered at the Library of Congress for a caucus retreat. Fetterman, fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high, only he wasn't. A staffer recalled getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk to anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report from a journalist. Fetterman had just walked obliviously into the road and was nearly struck by a car. It was the car okay? Oh my God. He's like, hubba dubba. I did. He's walking around being like, AUKUS, Jack. AUKUS. He's so Brandonized, dude. It's awesome. And they found Fetterman wandering on Capitol Hill a short time later. Word that he has suffered another stroke. They thought he had another stroke, dude. He's like, bro, I'm sorry. He's like a 14-year-old dog, dude. He's just, oh man, he got out of the pen. Found himself in the middle of the road. Is he okay? Come on, let's give him his favorite treats. Make sure to put the pill in the peanut butter, okay? George Washington University Hospital doctors determined there had been no new stroke and that the dizziness and confusion he experienced was partially owed to severe dehydration. Fetterman also consulted with a psychiatrist there, and according to someone briefed by doctors, was prescribed medications for depression. Doctors discharged Fetterman, and his team told the press that he had been briefly hospitalized after feeling lightheaded while attending a Democratic retreat. A week later, dude, he's perfect. He's perfect because, I mean, unless he like accidentally walks into traffic again, okay, God forbid, he's perfect. He has the mind of a 95-year-old, which is the perfect mind for a Democrat. Okay? This is the dynamo that the Democrats need. This is the future of the Democratic Party. So perfect. What if he gets stroked again and then this time he becomes a Maoist, though? I'm just saying.
I can't believe I might die like this. I always thought I'd go the way all dogs dream about, slowly and at great inconvenience to my owners.
Come on, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get you to the living room. Oh. Lois, wrap one of his walking to the car pills in roast beef and peanut butter. I'm gonna hold his hips while he stands confused in front of the water dish. Go on, boy. It's right there. Come on, boy. It's right there. It's water. You like it. There you go. You're doing it yourself.
That's fucked up. But John Fetterman. Being asked if Fetterman is competent to keep himself sufficiently hydrated.
Regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity. He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
I said I had not seen decline. And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is...
It's so fucked up.
He was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him. Live event. I had meetings with him a couple of times.
Senator, on his feet.
I know she laughed.
Is not praise. He can speak in sentences. Is not praise.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. No, even she couldn't hold it in. Dude. What? Oh my God. God damn it. This country's going to shit. It really, I mean, it's in the shit. It's in the shit already. Ay, bro. It's just so ridiculous. Like the vindication that I was supposed to feel when every liberal basically overnight was like, oh my God, he is actually severely gone. Like he's done. There's nothing in there. It's just a bunch of quarters rattling around and there's empty. And And now everybody says it. People laugh about it. Everybody yelled at me when I was covering it. I never get to experience the, okay, Hasan, you were right, my bad. Why does that not happen? Why do the props only go to fucking the Ezra Kleins of the world when they come at it, when they tackle the issue, when it's, you know, earlier than everybody else, but still far too late in comparison to other people? It's fucked up. I need to stop being right but too early. I'm gonna start being more delayed on being right. They seem destined to get it long. Each Sherrod Brown came to pay a visit, but their meeting went awry. Brown tried his best to get a conversation going, but according to two people present, Fetterman was virtually catatonic. He could barely string two sentences together, talking so quietly that everyone in the room had to strain to hear him. Fetterman then stood up, began walking around the office in tight loops, moved two staffers, described as doing figure eights. This is what Felix was calling like a Roomba with water damage. After Brown left, Fetterman paced from one room inside his office complex to another and back again. At one point, one of his aides said he walked in the hallway peering over his shoulder as if he were being followed by shadowy figures. The staff got in touch with the Senate physician and everyone agreed Fetterman needed to get to Walter Reed. He was admitted on February 15th. Those first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. He thought that if he took a bed at the hospital, he would be arrested. He told doctors that he believed members of his family were wearing wires to secretly record him. In one chaotic moment, Fetterman grew convinced that a political rally was being held in the hospital's lobby and that he needed to break out of his room to attend. David Williamson, Fetterman's doctor, told me that the main cause of his delusions were the lingering effects. Okay, by the way, Kirsten Sinema's not wrong. This reporting definitely, there's no way they got this information from the doctor, but holy fuck, dude. This is a crazy amount of detail for a dude. Like, it's in the interest of the public. It's in the interest of the public to know because he is a fucking senator. But having said that, I think this is an insane amount of detail about his medical complications. Like, that is wild. Oh my God. Delusions are the lingering effects of the stroke, dehydration, and depression. That the original medication for the depression could have also been a factor. According to paperwork from Walter Reed, doctors then stopped all antidepressants and put him on other drugs. Williamson declined to comment on the specifics of the medication plan. The PA Senate election was literally the doctor versus the patient. Yeah, and also the brave Sunni Muslim who would have liberated America versus the guy who is who's Israel's most loyal soldier. The new medication worked, and over the next few weeks, Fetterman's mood steadily improved, according to a public discharge briefing. He started sleeping and eating better. He was staying hydrated. Like, this guy, he's unironically like Brian in his old age. Like, he can't even fucking hydrate himself appropriately. Like, what are we doing? He's just sad and dry. Oh my God. Why is it that Americans, why do we have so many brain damaged people who own guns? What is happening? Why are they in Congress? You convince people to not vote for Dr. Oz. You are responsible. Listen when your audience holds you accountable. Wait, what? Nobody was demanding that we vote for Dr. Oz, dumbass. If anything, we fucked up with the Connor Lamb. We fucked up. But to be fair, I don't think Connor Lamb would have actually... Like, Connor Lamb, if he won, would probably be almost as pro-Israel. And the only reason why he's chirping from the sidelines right now is because... The only reason why he is chirping from the sidelines right now is because he wants another shot. To be fair, he had to buy a gun because he saw another black jogger near his house. Oh my God. Wait, what? You guys made a game already? All right, this is John Fetterman. We need to condemn violence on all sides and push for a peaceful resolution that protects both Israeli and Palestinian lives. Ethan Klein. Yeah, John Fetterman would never say protect Palestinian lives. I broke down in tears after watching the aftermath of the airstrikes. The images of children suffering are unbearable. Ethan Klein. Come on, dude. Why would you give Hamas that kind of a reward when you have Israeli citizens still held hostage? John Fetterman. The death and misery in Gaza is terrible. Okay, this is a horrible game for me to play because I can just immediately. I will always one frame this. The death and misery in Gaza is terrible. The destruction and suffering is designed by Hamas. They understood that would happen, and they don't care. Ethan Klein? Yeah. Okay, that one actually could have been John Fetterman. Oh my God, there's 81. My Jewish identity is important to me, but it doesn't dictate my political views on Israel Palestine. Dude, John Fetterman is not Jewish. What is this? This is not. Whoever wrote this was not thinking of like making I think you just put Ethan Klein quotes and Fetterman quotes on Israel Palestine into it. The point of the game is supposed to be that it's supposed to be difficult. We should follow and have Israel's back in the situation. It could be Ethan Klein. Okay, wrong. John Fetterman. I don't want to talk about this conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. Okay, Ethan Klein. That could have been John Fetterman. I don't consider myself a political commentator. I'm just giving an honest opinion on the subject that touches my life directly. John Fetterman. They did make this. They did make this in 20 minutes, to be fair. Thank you, chatter, for trying. Egypt should make it clear to Hamas that they own this humanitarian crisis and to surrender. Ethan Klein. Now I'm saying it wrong on purpose. I'm throwing on purpose. I'm throwing for memes. Okay. Oh. All right. I can't even finish the rest of this article. And that is because my friends are here. So I am going to go. I'm going to end the broadcast for today. I got some friends visiting, but tomorrow I'll be back and there will be more to cover. We'll look at the racist lady and her insane fundraising campaign and hopefully a lot more. That is if I, hopefully don't get arrested. Love you guys and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, like you